Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. The reflection will be by Mr. Johnson, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everybody please stand, and welcome to the Interlocal. So I'd like to invoke God to oversee this meeting and see that the deliberations go well, civil, and address the points to help the citizens of our great county. And we'll have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to thank the Food and Nutrition Department for the delicious breakfast this morning, so thank you very much. At this time, can we go around the table and introduce ourselves? My name is Shannon Rodriguez. I'm the Hernando County School Board Chair.
My name is Ray Pender. I'm the Superintendent of Hernando County Schools.
Casey Hawkins, School Board Member.
Michelle Bonzik, School Board Member.
Mark Johnson, Vice Chair, School Board.
Betty Earhart, City Council.
J.W. McKeithen, City Council.
Thomas Bronson, Vice Mayor, Brooksville.
Krista Tanner, Mayor of Brooksville.
With the Vos Law Firm, City Attorney for Brooksville.
Lisa Hendrickson, City Manager, City of Brooksville.
Louis Hallow, City Council, Brooksville.
John Jobin, County Attorney.
Jeff Rogers, County Administrator.
Good morning, Jerry Campbell, Hernando County Commission.
John Alaco, Hernando County Commission.
Steve Champion, Hernando County Commission.
Ryan Amsler, Hernando County Commission.
Robert Myers, Attorney for the Hernando County School District.
Caroline Mokler, Attorney for Hernando County School District as Staff Counsel.
Thank you so much. Mr. Myers, can you please explain the purpose of this joint meeting?
Sure. This joint meeting is required by law, and it's an opportunity for the three governmental entities to come together, discuss. Obviously, it's a workshop, so you can't take action, and it's required to be an open public meeting per the Sunshine Law.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. This is the portion of the Hernando School District presentations. We are with item number 1 is 26-3358. That's the presentation of Hernando County School Edition updates. Mr. Pender, can you please introduce this item?
Speaking on this item today will be Mr. Brian Reagan. He's making his way to the podium to give an update on our school additions.
Thank you.
Good morning, boards and everybody here. I will load the presentation, and since I'm first up, I'm going to have to figure this out.
We'll give you time. Good morning, Mr. Reagan.
Oh, I can sit down? Okay, that's great. I think the last one we did, we were standing up, so. So I'm doing a presentation this morning, update on the capacity school addition update, or projects that we have at 2 different campuses. So the board approved Phase 1 expansion a couple years ago. Takes time to go through design and get things in construction. Both of our projects are now in construction. 2 of them. There's one that's a third one I'll show y'all that hasn't started yet. But we had Phase 1 was Winding Waters K-8, a 30 classroom addition. The space was going to be used as a flex space for grades 6 through 10. The other project was Eastside Elementary. It's a 20 classroom addition as well as a cafeteria, the new cafeteria building that will be used as a shelter as well. I'll start with the Winding Waters project. It was designed to be shared between the 2 campuses there, Weeki Wachee High School and Winding Waters K-8. This was a recommendation of the Planning and Growth Committee, and so we went with that option. There's 30 classrooms there that we're constructing. The 13 ground floor classrooms will be used by the middle school of the K-8, and the 17 classrooms on the second story will be used by the high school. And this adds between 660 to 750 student stations, depending on the classification. If it was all high school, I think the higher number would be the 750 if the entire building was high school, if I'm not mistaken. The ground floor is going to have a dining room, but there's no kitchen in it. The food will come from the cafeteria at the high school next door. They will bring it over. This building is a precast concrete shell. We went that route because it had to be erected over the summer because of the bus loop proximity. We couldn't shut that down with school going, so they actually built the panels off-site and did that this spring, and they erected them over the summer and got the crane out in time for school to start. It's got metal studs with drywall in the classrooms, concrete corridors for durability, and CMU which is cinder block for us old folks, and it's with tile covering over that. So that's what the construction type is. There's approximately 43,600 square feet in this building, excluding the covered walkways. There'll be covered walkway from the gym area of the high school all the way connecting to the existing covered walk at the middle school. The guaranteed maximum price, including the furnishings, desks, turnkey, is $21.6 million. Substantial completion date is set for May 31st of 2026, so it'll be ready for the 2026 fall classes. East Side Elementary classroom and cafeteria building. We were replacing the existing cafeteria. It is already too small, and with the addition of these classrooms, it will be impossible to serve everybody without having lunch from the time school starts to the time it's over. So we are adding a new cafeteria building in addition to the classroom building. There's 10 classrooms per floor. This is a 2-story building. It was more economical to go that route, and the space was a limitation. So this is going to add, we had to put restrooms in every classroom because of our state requirements for educational facilities. So that's an added expense, but each classroom will have a restroom, and this adds 440 student stations to that campus. The cafeteria building will be constructed to meet the hurricane shelter requirements. And so that'll provide a shelter for the east side of the county. There's always been a demand over there for shelters, and this will provide that service for our county. And we'll also have new covered pavilion. We had to take the existing one out because of the location of the buildings. So those courts and pavilions will also be new. It also, not stated here, includes new drainage retention areas, new parking lot for the staff on the west side of the campus, and a new bus loop. And we will also add parent stacking in the front of the school. That'll be done next summer, which will help alleviate traffic on the roads in that area. This one is actually a tilt-up concrete building. The panels, as you can see in the photos, they're poured there on the ground and tilted up into place. If you drive by this morning, you probably didn't see any walls, but they're starting that today. So if you go by tomorrow, hopefully we see some walls standing up. And also CMU with tile in the bathrooms, metal studs with drywall in the classrooms, but we have the concrete masonry units in the hallways for durability. And this one, the square footage there for the classrooms is approximately 26,800 square feet, 13,500 for the cafeteria. The guaranteed maximum price, including the furniture, kitchen equipment, tables for the cafeteria, all that stuff's $27 million. $1.4 million of that approximately is for the hurricane shelter requirements, the hardening. And the cafeteria is supposed to be done June the 1st of 2026, and the classroom July 1st, 2026. So both should be able to be used in the fall of 26. And the last project that's related to these two is the East Side Elementary Building 4 and 6 remodeling. We're going to have a vacant cafeteria when we build this new one, and we talked about it, and it just didn't make sense to tear down a usable building with things costing what they cost to build new. So we're going, and also the office space, the state requirements, we had to have more office space for the staff that'll be required for this size of a campus. And the existing office is very small, so we're moving the offices into the old cafeteria building, and then we're going to convert the existing offices into 4 primary classrooms and an ESE suite, approximately 72 additional student stations. We're also putting new roofing and HVAC systems. We tried to use the old ones, but code would not allow us to do that. So we had to upgrade all of the HVAC. It's currently being bid. We're got a guaranteed maximum price to review after I prepared this presentation. That's like 5.6. We're going to try to negotiate that down some. Expected to start June of 2026 when the cafeteria, new cafeteria is finished. We'll be rolling into this old cafeteria with sometimes in 2027 is the projected completion date for that. And phase 2 expansions were presented to the board to add additional classrooms at Central High, Wiki-Wachi, Winding Waters, and those were put on hold by our board based on changes in our enrollment and situations and stuff. So that is all I have. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Reagan? Mr. Laco?
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Looking at your numbers and your designs, I was curious, did you find that there was a significant difference in the cost when you had to go with the precast concrete shell versus anything else? And I'm just asking for the county's knowledge, because we obviously have some fire stations and things that we're talking about and trying to figure out what is the most economical and efficient way to build.
Right. So the precast was a little bit more. When I say a little bit, 200,000, but when you're looking at 20 million, that's, you know, a small percent. But the efficiency that was gained with the precast for us was we did not have to close down our bus loop, and having to relocate that would have cost us a lot of money. And the construction manager was on site a shorter period of time because the panels were being built off site. So it saved us on overhead, the construction manager's general conditions, general requirements. So it kind of balances out, in my opinion. So.
Okay. Yeah. The other thing I was, unless my quick math is wrong, it looks like you built that Winding Waters Wiki-Wachi Flex Space building for about $495 a square foot.
That's correct.
And you said that was completely furnished as well.
Yes.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah, that's no design now, sir. That's just the construction cost.
How much extra was the design cost?
The design was, if I'm working off memory and I'm old and feeble, but it's under $1 million, but it was probably it's less than 10%.
Do you include site prep as well in construction, or is that additional as well?
So that the difference between your east side numbers and this one. So at Winding Waters, Wiki-Wachi, that building had very little site work. And we put the building on the tennis courts, which are already paved.
Gotcha.
So we had no DRA improvements. The biggest thing we had to do was relocate the chiller lines. The plumbing was already there. No lift station. East side, we had to upgrade the lift station because of the EHPA. We had DRAs. We had to redig them. We had to run a fire loop around the entire campus in parking lots and stacking. So
we'd probably be closer to $600 square foot.
It's over 600 for east side. In fact, it's I can give you the exact
You don't have to, that's fine. I'm just
But
trying to get
It's about 650, but that includes the site work, all that stuff's in that number.
Right, and when it would be, obviously, if we're building a fire station, we'd have design, we'd have site prep, site work.
Yes, sir.
And all that, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Champion?
Just to continue on that, I didn't have a question on this, but our fire station was $1,100 a square foot for a fire station with the prep work. So, and the school board's not known to be very frugal, so hey, I'll give you guys a plug right now because that's pretty good. About half the price of what we're going to do the fire station. Anyway, the question I have is about J.D. Floyd, and I know you have acreage there, and we got a severe issue with car stacking. I mean, the people that live there, if I lived there, I would have already sued you guys a long time ago because the cars are blocking every driveway, like all up and down the road. It's been a problem for years. Unless you guys address it and I don't know about it. I don't know if you have any.
So we did a master plan for that campus that has stacking, using some of that land and redesigning all of that to alleviate that problem. I think the issue is what everybody has is money. We spent probably $2 million up at Winding Waters to do that traffic loop. That's probably what it would cost here to do that one, but we do have a master plan that would get that stacking off the roads and onto our property.
It would cost that much just for millings or something like that? I mean,
there's DRA.
Like just a loop?
It's DRA improvements.
Really?
Yeah, you'd have to, because you add in paving, you have to increase your DRAs, and they're limited, undersized as it is, and site clearing. It's just, I mean, we bid the one at, did a hard bid on the one at I keep saying Wiki Watches Winding Waters, and we only got one bidder. We tried and tried, rebid it, and nobody's interested in doing that type of work on a small scale, and that was the price we got up there. It was under 2, but it was with the change orders and stuff, it wound up about $2 million. So.
I would urge all you guys, unless something changed, to go over there with all the cars are stacked in front of these houses. I mean, they can't even get to their home. Yeah. I mean, it's that bad. I know that, stacking is a problem all over the county, and I know we solved a few of them, but that one's particularly bad because it's all through the neighborhood with all the houses everywhere.
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, you could say the same with Winding Waters and Wiki Wachi. It's on 19, it's kind of dangerous too. I know you guys have worked on that as well. And then the one at Chocochatty, I know that my daughter was going there, and I had worked with you guys a couple years ago, and all they had to do was just double up the lanes, and they've solved that. The cars aren't on PAL now, at least. And I'm sure it's not perfect, but it's better than it was. But thank you.
And I believe currently we have that in the plan stage.
The one that's in planning, Ms. Rodriguez, is Spring Hill Elementary. That one's getting ready to go out for bid. We're waiting on Swift Mud to approve the plans for the permit, and once we get that, we will. We're supposed to bid that one.
No, but there's a plan. There's a
master plan. Yes.
On the school.
Yes, we do have a master plan, but it's just a conceptual thing right now.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And if I could just say, I mean, I'm not blaming anyone, but the other thing that would help is if parents didn't line up an hour before school is out. That would help with the stacking, just saying. But we do have a plan, and we are. Spring Hill Elementary is coming up next with that stacking loop there, and then we'll work on J.D. Floyd.
And Mr. Champion, you will see we have a board who is fiscally responsible at this point in time, so you will be pleasantly surprised with us being more frugal. Nice. Okay, thank you, Mr. Any other questions? Oh, okay, Mr. Bronson.
Not another issue stacking kind of J.D. Floyd. Moton and Hernando Christian Academy right there on Emerson. That's becoming super dangerous right there. We can add an extra turn lane or something. I don't know if that's more with the county. I'm not sure which party to talk to about that. But I've had a lot of concerns about the safety at where Moton and Hernando Christian Academy are coming out right there on Emerson.
Okay, we will look at that. So.
Duly noted. Thank you. Mr. Laco.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. Mr. Pinder, you talked about the fact that parents are stacking an hour before school. I've heard of other school districts having almost like you would have a reservation system where this is the time, and if you're there before that time, guess what? You're not coming in. And maybe there's got to be some training of the parents when it comes to this kind of stuff, or use the bus. And I don't know if you've looked into those systems or not, but I've heard of them in other districts, like I said, because of these types of problems, and I'm just curious.
Yes, we've even looked at, and I was the principal of J.D. Floyd for 3 years, so I know the stacking problem there. I was out directing traffic every day. I think I was there when we moved the stacking from the front of the school to the bus loop and started that process, and just moved the problem to some different neighbors down the road. But over the years, we've increased the stacking inside the school. They're double lined coming in on our property as best as we can. And what you're saying about reservations would be, I have looked to see if there is an electronic way to do that, because that would be the easiest. And then the other compounding issue is if they are in line ahead of time, we can't go out on the streets and tell them to move. That's not our property to do that. But certainly I have thought about that and looked into it. I haven't found anything that would put them in a queue. We've even thought of queuing them at like Joan of Arc Church and their parking lot if they're not using it, and having a way that they stack there and then come into the property. We've talked about looking at some of those areas. There used to be the area when I was there behind J.D. Floyd. I think it's a development now, but it was kind of like it wasn't being used, but there were roads there, stacking there. So we've looked at a lot of different options. But I do like the idea of if there's an electronic way to kind of put people in a queue and then have them follow that. That would be ideal for now while we look at other options.
What I've been told is that when they didn't follow it, they go to the back of the queue the next time. And so that's how you retrain people. But listen, you've been sitting here for an hour. Guess what? Now you're going to sit here for 2 hours because you skipped the line and you got here when you weren't supposed to. Because in the end, that's what it comes down to. I can't imagine anybody wanting to sit in their car for that many hours. I mean, it floors me, but whatever.
I think the problem is, though, a lot of parents have to have their kid to an extracurricular activity, and so they have to be first in line, or their kid's not going to make dance, or their kid's not going to make theater. And so if you assign them a time and you gave them a later time, then you're holding them back from being able to participate in an extracurricular activity. That would be a major problem. Yeah.
Except in the mornings.
Except in the mornings, yes.
Mr. Champion.
Thank you. It's perfect, Ms. Hawkins. You brought that up. I have 5 kids, and my kids went to 4 different schools, so I'm like the expert at car lines, I think, and pickup. And I'm going to claim the 5th, whether I did this or not. But a lot of parents, especially at Challenger, will drop off or pick up around the corner. I've done that before because I needed to get my daughter to dance at a certain time. I know that's illegal, or it's against the code now. Is there any thoughts of that, especially with the sidewalks? I know we're going to talk about it today, but this board, especially John and I, have made it a priority to get these sidewalks around the schools. And with the MPO, we actually scrapped all the trail projects and everything to make sure that sidewalks were done, the 2 miles around schools. So is there any change in that or looking at that? I know elementary is it's a safety issue, but middle school or high school, well, high school is not really a problem. Like when I pick my daughter up now, I can text her and I could be there in 1 minute before she gets out. Just scoop around the corner, pick her up, no big deal. The high schoolers, but the middle schoolers, I think, are the bigger issue.
Yes, and I don't want to push that problem into our neighborhoods now, and certainly we would rather our students be picked up on our campus where they're the safest and not sent out walking into the neighborhoods. But it's a parent decision whether your child walks or is a pickup or takes the bus. Yeah. So if the parent decides that they're walking and we allow them to walk off campus, that's where our authority ends.
So they can choose that if they want to, as far as other schoolers go.
I suppose they could.
Okay.
That would be up to the neighborhood enforcement and law enforcement or whatever happens after that off our campuses.
Is that line, even though you're queuing it mostly on the campus, I mean, it does stretch out into Elgin sometimes, but you have the extra turn lanes and all that, so it's pretty safe overall, which is a good thing. That's a priority over everything for the kids, I would imagine.
Yes.
But that line is, it's bad. You're going to be there. If you get in that line, it's going to be an hour. Or an hour and a half, even if you get there at the last, because it takes forever, especially to pickups.
You're talking about Challenger?
Challenger,
yeah.
I mean, all the lines are going to be bad, but that one particularly is because it's such a popular school, obviously.
Well, if you're good at timing,
yeah,
and school gets out at 4:15, I'd come at 4:25, and I wouldn't be waiting. It's still the same amount of, I'm going to be waiting less. Of course, we can't have everybody doing that because then it wouldn't work anymore, right? But we'd be back in the same, there'd be no one there at the beginning and everybody be there at the end. But, there are different things, and I think it's parents choosing many different options of what they need and what their needs are, and then that affects us and our stacking and how we address that. So
I think Commissioner Locko's onto something though about maybe we have to train the parents, and we talk about it all the time with traffic. You have to train the people not to use these roads, like some of these roads when they cut through Powell or Spring Hill Drive, where they could easily go over to 50, or maybe they could take the Suncoast instead of going down Anderson Snow or down Barclay. It's all just habits. It's a lot quicker, really, if you just jump on that, take one exit to get to 50. But everyone insists on going down Barclay, and then you got the problems we have at 50.
Yeah.
So, but if we could train them to say, hey, there's a better way to do that. But I know that's easier said than done.
And one of the things that we've put on our the board has put on their legislative platform is to try to fund the buses within to like a 1.5 mile zone. Just bring it a little bit for for our youngest children, which would be elementary. Maybe start there. When I was also the principal at EK8 for a while, and that's when we transported within the 2 mile zone. I think we had a 1 mile zone at that time. And Explorer had 37 buses. Now we have 6 or 8 buses because we went to the 2 mile zone. So that is because the zone for Explorer is very compact, very dense population. So we have asked for that as part of our legislative platform to start looking at that so that we can transport students, because I think we think it's the right thing to do. And along with that, we have great sidewalks. Now we're working together to, make it as safe as we can for our schools.
Thank you. Another area of contention that a lot of parents are reaching out to me is from Howell in front of Hernando High down to 98. They're needing a sidewalk. 98 North Avenue. The kids have to cross that from school. And the families that live on the opposite side of 98, they're all under that 2 mile radius.
That's in our presentation.
Yeah, that's in our presentation.
So that is one of the key points on the sidewalks.
Mark has his card.
Oh, I have one too.
Mr. Johnson.
My bad.
Yeah, a little bit of history. In 2014, the state kind of reduced the school district's budget. It was the end of the bubble burst. And at that point, we did away with the courtesy busing, which Mr. Pinder was alluding to. And that was the busing that we provided from the students who lived within 2 miles of the school. We did that as a cost-saving measure. We saved $1 million by eliminating that in 2014. It was a necessary evil. That's where all the stacking started from. But now the parents have evolved that. The culture has changed, and now they're used to it. We would love to see it come down to a 1 mile where courtesy busing stopped 1 mile from the school. And there's a little oddity in the law. The law says that we don't have to provide busing for students that live within 2 miles of the school, but bus stops have to be 1.5 miles apart. So why can't that be brought down to 1 mile to 1.5 miles for the kids who live closer to the school to make it more equal to the students who take the bus? So we're aware of this. We've been, as Mrs. Rodriguez indicated, we've been working on this for years, trying to get it changed. And we stopped the other issue, which is 3 students to a seat in a bus, which if they're in high school is almost impossible because they're big and wide. But that's we get funded for is 3 on a bench. So we lose a lot of money in transportation as well because of the way things are written. I just thought I'd clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mrs. Hawkins.
Sorry. I wanted to go back and clarify, Mr. Champion, that if a child walks from Challenger or any school in the neighborhood and the parent doesn't live in that neighborhood and they pick them up, we do have police officers over there that will ticket the parent. So I don't want others that hear this think that this is a good idea because they will get a ticket.
I'm not advocating for it, but maybe the sheriff should do that because there's a lot of other stuff too, like the stacking up on the roads. I challenged the sheriff on that before. Like if they're sitting on 19, it's dangerous. They can't be there. You know what I mean? So I told them that before. That's the way to train them too, is to have law enforcement out there to make sure they're not stacking on the roads. Or if they were in front of my house, you would hear about it every day. If they were doing that over by J.D. Floyd.
Yeah, and to
Mr.
piggyback
Bronson.
on the, sorry.
Mr.
Piggyback
Bronson,
on the bus situation, a mile walking in Brooksville is different than walking a mile in Spring Hill. It's elevated, and there's so much traffic being brought in from the county all around us. It's really not safe for kids to be walking up and down North Avenue like it used to be back when it was Mayberry back in the day. So you're definitely shrinking where the bus comes into. I know it's expensive, but it's cheaper than sidewalk up North Avenue. If we could help those kids back in there get down to school without having to walk down North Avenue, that would be very clutch. And obviously we have to be the front runners to help with that project, and that's something we're looking into. I know Richard Weeks and Miss Lisa have been talking about that. So yeah, let's just figure it out. If we can get the bus closer, that would be clutch.
To get the bus closer, we need to get the state legislature to turn around and change it. That's where that lies. So that's the problem we have, because it affects all 67 counties in the state, and it would get expensive for the state legislature.
and at this moment, they're not willing to change it. Okay. Any other questions concerning that topic? If not, we're going to move to item number 2, 26-3359. This is the presentation of Wimbledon Avenue updates. Mr. Pinder, can you please introduce this item?
And this is Mr. Brian Reagan again, going into a different presentation. Wimbledon Road is up around Weeki Wachee Winding Water area. So there's a presentation that we've talked about before. We thought we would bring it up again.
Mr. Reagan.
Good morning again. Mr. Pender said this is about Wimbledon Road and the spelling there. I've looked at multiple things, and one thing says Wimbledon with a D, like the tennis, and the other one has a T. So that's, I don't know if that's a grammatical error or not, but I spelled it the way it was on the maps and on the documents. So
Does anyone know?
It's not much of a road, but yeah. But anyway, so that's an intentional spelling there in my title. So we did a traffic study back before we did the loop up there on the north side of the campus, and this graphic here is right out of their recommendation that we make this loop around the entire school. That's like the best case scenario for the campus. That was before we purchased 2 additional parcels of land that lie to the east there of Wimbledon Avenue. So this was kind of simplified. It was an easier version to accomplish, but when we purchased that land, it complicated it a little, but it also helped in other ways. So the traffic study had some action items. One of them was to construct the parent stacking loop on the north end of the campus, which we've done. The paving of Wimbledon Avenue from Atlanta to Atlanta Street or Eakin Street. Since we've bought that additional 2 parcels, it makes more sense to go to Eakin, and I may have a better graphic on the other page, but this one shows if you'll see that yellow arrow there, that's actually some property we purchased, and we were talking about relocating the sports fields there at one time to relocate, to put this new building, which we wound up putting in another location. Also, other action items were an internal connection from Weeki Wachee to Wimbledon. That's still kind of in the planning stage. And rerouting, as I said earlier, the Eakin Street route per the district's purchase of additional property for future growth. So that's kind of what we're talking about. That's in the planning stage still. This is kind of the property assessor's map here that shows the parcel owners now. If you'll notice the 2, there's a 5-acre and a 10-acre tract there that say HCSD. Those are the additional parcels that we purchased after we did the traffic study. So originally, we were going to come down where it says county and just come straight to Atlanta with that. But we found it would be kind of disruptive to the campus if we had activities. It'd be like kind of like Springstead. The theater is across. I know Mariner's a lot more busy road than Wimbledon, but you know it started as a sand road, was from my understanding years ago. So things grow or whatever and change, and we thought it would be good to have that contiguous to our property. So we spoke with the county, and this was a few years ago, and we talked about doing a vacation of the right-of-way that one that says county on the left side of the west side of the road, that little strip, vacating that to the school district. Then we would donate to the county a strip through the kind of, I'll show it in a minute, a zigzag through our property back to Eakin Street, and it would save a little on paving. It wouldn't be as much paving, and it would also allow our land to be contiguous to the property, so for safety. So this is a graphic of that, how we were talking about redoing it. That where it says HCASD now would become ours, and then the white there where it says county would be the new routing for the Wimbledon Road. And I'm not very good with PowerPoint, so this is kind of a rough graphic, but that's generally the concept there, coming out on Eakin Street. And so the issues with completion of this, we had, the county had looked at this and came up with an estimate of $4 million to do this. We needed more land for a DRA for the paving to offset that. We talked about maybe our 5-acre, that other, I'll go back a slide, that small parcel to the north, maybe putting the DRA over in there. But that would have to be done. Figured out if we could drain it that direction. And I think the biggest issue is the mobile home park. It was brought to our attention by the county's staff that was handling this, that they would have to consent to this project for whatever reason. I'm not understanding that 100%, but I reached out to them multiple times, and we never got a response from the mobile home park, and the county was unable to get a response. So getting their consent is probably an issue as well that that would have to be addressed for this to happen. And I just was asked to bring this up for discussion. It's kind of been on the back burner. So just some topics. We don't have the funding. Do we continue with the vacation and dedication of the right-of-ways to get all that in place for when we do get funding? Or do we wait till we get the funding to do all that? How do we obtain the mobile home park's consent? County staff also suggested to us that maybe that they just vacate that entire property to us. I guess I can backpedal here and just basically the entire strip that says county that is a contiguous to our property, just dedicating that to us, and then we would have to develop a road somehow through our property to come out, you know, the back of Eakin and with our funds. So that's kind of all I really had to present. I think it's mainly for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Alaco.
Thank you. I have to be honest with you. I like the idea of Wimbledon. I don't like the idea of it coming out on Eakin. And I can only speak for myself. I'd have no problem dedicating that to the school district, the whole length behind your property there. I don't know why the mobile home community would have to have any say of it as long as it stayed on your property on the north end when it came across back to 19. And, you know, and I could see, and again, I'm speaking for myself, I could see us dedicating this to you because we're going to be taking over Explorer anyway, right? I mean, so, I mean, to me, it'd be almost seem like a swap. I don't know what our legal team would say to that, but again, if the north end of it connecting back to Commercial Way was all on your property, I don't see, and it was dedicated, the road was dedicated, I don't see what the mobile home park has anything to say about that. It doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. They don't want anybody using even the right of way to the north of them. We've had issues with this as well, but yet they don't gate their own community. So, I mean, if it's really about safety, they should be gating the front of their community before they're worrying about this.
Thank you, Mr. Alaco. Mr. Champion?
Thank you. Similar comments. I would think they have to be notified, the property to the north, maybe because that's what we normally do when we change zoning and stuff. It's got to be that. I don't know, maybe there's somebody here from the county. Todd maybe can speak to that. And I don't have a problem with vacating that right away either, because it's right up against your property. I don't think the board would have a problem with that. I think the only contention would be is that area, there was some contention about putting more traffic on those roads. I think you probably have more citizens coming out. I'm sorry?
Talking about Eakin?
Yeah, there's a lot of citizens that are not going to be happy about all that traffic coming through their neighborhood, so don't be surprised if you come to rezone or come in front of us, that there's a room full of people.
I had one stop me when I was riding around looking, and he was very...
I don't see how the mobile home park even factors into this at all. You're not cutting any traffic through there. It's like I don't see how they have a say. They can come to the hearing and say they don't like it, but they don't have to give permission.
That came from y'all's property. I think Mr. Blackburn, and he's no longer in that department. I think Ms. Sorig, is there Kelly had kind of said she could help with that, but they had sent me some emails and said they needed that consent from the mobile home park to do this. So I didn't understand it either. They have if you look at the picture, they have trailers where the road comes out, so they really wouldn't be. They would have to do away with those 2 lots to actually make that an exit for them. But
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, just to respond to some of the facts. Yeah, so the vacation, that is factual. I think that there was a vacation tried for this right away. A budding property owner, mobile home park, I think did deny, so normally by that rule, it can't happen. But we can review that again, because if we do the vacation, was the vacation on all the right of way on Wimbledon, or was this just on one part? The whole thing?
Mr. Rogers, I didn't understand exactly what they were supposed to agree to, but at the time we were talking about paving it through to Atlanta when this came up. And then I think Mr. Blackburn is the one that suggested, but because of the mobile home park issue, that y'all vacated all to us. So that makes me think that maybe that would alleviate it. So.
Okay, we'll review that. That was a couple years ago now, that vacation application. Mr. Blackburn's been going. On how that is, or the transfer, potentially the transfer. As for the funding, we did have a plan, years ago. That $4 million was in the sales tax that didn't pass, so there was no funding in the county. There's no there's no project for this project. It doesn't exist anymore. All those projects were eliminated for those roadways, so that was in the sales tax that didn't pass. So I don't foresee the county at this point funding that roadway paving for when there's other higher priorities in the county, unless the board directs it. But we can definitely look at either a vacation or a transfer. It seems to me the transfer to the school would be the best thing. And you do have funding, you could figure out how to pay what you needed in there. If you just transfer the right of way to you just have to, I'm sure you have real estate attorneys that know you still have to provide access to people's properties, right? You can't landlock people and things. That's why the vacation process is important. But
And I agree, if you were to transfer it to us at this moment, at least when we have the funding, then we could pave the road.
As needed, yeah, and you could.
As needed.
Seems like a good idea. Okay.
Thank you.
We can look into that.
Okay. Mr. Laco?
Yeah, and I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to play one in this meeting, but I would think that if this was challenged in the court system, they're going to look at the fact that there's mobile homes that are literally in line with this. So there would be no intention of actually accessing their community. And if necessary, I mean, the transfer could not transfer the last 20 feet of it or something like that if necessary. Wouldn't want to have a little island there, but in the end, if the road is going to be designed where it can turn back west and head back out to US 19 along on your property line, I don't see where there's an argument anymore. I think there was a concern that maybe they're going to have access to their community from that spot, which again is foolish when they have homes there already.
But I do agree, if you transferred that to us, it would probably cut out our legal liability with them. And then when we have the funding, we could go ahead and pave. So I thank you guys for considering that. And I think that would be our first step.
It's got to be worth $1 million, right?
Thank you. Your light wasn't on, so we didn't hear you. Okay, if anyone else, no other questions on this? Thank you, Mr. Reagan, on that. Item number 3 is 26-3360. That's the presentation of proposed revisions to the interlocal agreement for school planning. Mr. Pender, can you please introduce this item?
Yes, so this item will be presented by Mr. Jim Lipsey and Mr. Chris Wilson.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Lipsey, thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Give us a second to get the presentation up.
Take your time.
It's a PDF file instead of the PowerPoint. If that's okay with everyone, we'll present from that. We're not seeing the. There we go. I need new glasses.
All right, good morning, everybody. Chris Wilson with CJ Wilson Law, here with Mr. Lipsey to speak to you about the interlocal agreement update. So staff, we've been here before. I made this presentation to this group back in March of 2023, also again in March of 2024. And this group gave us direction to go forward and update the interlocal agreement. And so school board staff has led that effort and has been meeting with the city staff and has been meeting with the county staff and has been working on an ILA update. And so your staffs all have copies of the current draft of the ILA. And the purpose this morning is to kind of walk through high level what changes there are being proposed. And so from a high level, it's we're revising the concurrency process to conform to current Florida statutes. We're trying to streamline the school siting process to conform to current statutes. We're condensing and removing verbiage that's restating statutes and ordinances. We all know that those change, so it's not a good idea to leave them in. And we're adding a section for the administration, collection, remittance, and reporting of impact fees as well. So the interlocal agreements required by statute, they're listed. Requires coordination between these boards and the local governing bodies. The purpose is to make sure that schools are coordinated in time and place with residential development and to encourage efficient use of infrastructure concurrent with development. So those are their goals. As we've said in our prior presentations, the ILA was last amended in 2009, 16 years ago. It's not consistent with current law. We'd like to make it consistent with the current policy set forth within the Hernando County Comp Plan. There are administrative code references that have been repealed, and then we're trying to make the processes more efficient between all of our local governments. So the interlocal agreement has three main sections. One is the planning process, which is where you guys work together on, where development is coming from. The school board's telling you what capacity looks like. That's the planning piece. There's the concurrency piece, which is making sure that as development occurs, there is school capacity available, not dealing with the development process. And then the third section, which is impact fees, which is basically just the interlocal agreement on how that's remitted and how it's audited and paid to the school district. Okay, so in the planning process, we've kind of set this up. We're trying to show you on the left what's in the current 2009 ILA, and on the right, what we're proposing. So on the left, there was a joint committee that was supposed to meet quarterly between all of the local governments. Trouble with quarterly is that it doesn't often happen that way. When you're forced to meet on certain dates, it doesn't always happen that way. So we're looking to be establishing a working group, which is a staff group, not subject to the Sunshine Law, that will meet at least twice a year. They can meet more than that if they need to, but at least twice a year. And the idea is that group is going to do a report, an annual report to you guys, and then they're going to meet again in the fall, so about now, when you're getting your enrollment, and we're going to do the 5-year work plan for everybody to look at that, the 2 times that we'll meet, the spring and the fall. There was an oversight was provided by this group. It's actually why you're here today, in the old ILA. The new ILA, one of the things we're proposing, and certainly this is just a proposal, and we can take input today, or you can put input through your staff, is an oversight committee where each of you elect or appoint people from your boards to come to a joint meeting that just deals with schools. It's a little smaller, it's a little maybe less cumbersome than this type of a meeting. You can then take recommendations back to your board and then report back to the joint committee. So we're trying to streamline, we're trying to, make these processes a little bit easier. That would be an annual meeting. It would be subject to the sunshine, just like today. And you would be able to you would hear the annual report. You would hear all the information from all the local governments plus the school board, and then take it back to your board.
Mr. Laco.
Thank you. I see that it'd be the current framework shows 3 school board members, 2 county commissioners, 2 city council members. I personally, you're looking to stay odd numbers. I think it would make sense to have a majority for each board, because if there's decisions that are made, I think it makes sense if county commission can have 3 people who would hopefully be in agreement coming back to our board rather than 2. I don't know what the city thinks about that, but to me, it doesn't make sense for one board to have 3 out of 5 and the other ones to only have 2 out of 5.
Can we just do 3, 3, and 3?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's up to, again, this is for your input. It would be a workshop like this, so there wouldn't be any decisions being made. It would just be who has to be here.
Yeah, I think 3, 3, and 3 would be good. Mr. Rogers?
My question was, that would be, in addition to this meeting, that would be another meeting of the elected officials to go over, basically go over the development in the county and the impact fees and what's going on in the county. And so we'd have that meeting, that working, and then we'd have this meeting too. So it'll be 2 meetings of all the elected officials in the county to do the same. It seems to me like we're doing the same thing, but
I believe it would replace this meeting.
It would replace this meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be a smaller group.
But then we'd only talk about development issues. Okay.
It'd be planning, development, concurrency.
You're saying then this
impact
meeting
fees.
would not take place?
This meeting occurs because you have the ILA.
This is that.
This is the ILA meeting.
This is the ILA
We're
meeting.
proposing a more streamlined meeting. If you all like this, we can keep this.
I don't really agree with that. I think it's better to have this discussion with everyone.
Because we talk about other issues here now, but besides just development, but.
And I
This is
wouldn't
just
object to having that as well as, but not discuss it here with all parties involved.
Seems to me it would be good to have the meeting you're talking about prior to this one. So if there was something coming forward, we could bring it back to our board's perspective and then come together and hash it out so we can make progress. If we replaced it with a 3-member panel, they'd have to bring it back to their respective boards to get a vote and approval. So that would just slow the process down rather than speed it up. But if you had that meeting and this one, we could turn around and bring it forward and hash it out quicker, I think.
I guess you're still not making you can't vote today. So you're still not making a decision today. Everything has to go back to your boards anyway. So we're just trying to, fewer people, you're still reporting it back. Obviously, this hasn't been agreed upon or isn't done, so that's good input. Sounds like we have some saying we just keep it the way it is, which is fine.
Mrs. Tanner?
I was just going to concur that we keep it the way it is or add whatever's needed to.
As an extra.
As an extra to this,
Agreed. I definitely would like to keep it here as well. If you guys want to add extra, I'm okay with that too. Not that I'm the deciding factor, but just my opinion. And at this moment, definitely have it still at the interlocal.
And have it in the spring. I know this was changed to have it this time of year, but let's have this meeting in the spring before we make the budget for the year. I think it's kind of things that we can change and make a difference. I haven't at this point, after everything's already been set in stone. I think having it timing in the spring instead of right now would be better as well.
The way that it's drafted has this meeting happening in like May, June. So like early on, the working group in the year is going to work on the annual report. And so it's going to be taking in all the data from last year, the enrollment data from last year, and then coming together with annual report to you guys. And that would happen in like a May, June timeframe. Yeah. And then the working group would meet again in the fall to just meet on our 5-year work plan, what the enrollment looks like. And that would be kind of ramping up into spring to give you the report. So that's how it's drafted now.
So, Mr. Bronson, the interlocal, you would like it to be before the budget is set?
I think that's the way it was before. For some reason, we changed it at this time of year. For some reasons, I'm not sure, but last year's was in the spring, last year's, I think.
Okay. Mrs. Hawkins?
I would propose it not to be in May, though. I like, because we are so busy as a district, Hernando Schools, for all of our ending of the year stuff. I propose it not be in May.
Okay. It says May, June, and you guys can decide, so we can.
June's not a bad month, but May is all of our end of school graduations and everything else.
We specifically don't put a target date.
Okay.
Because
Mr. Wilson, 1 second, please. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Michelle Miller. I'm the senior planner for the planning division. And Mr. DiPablo and I have been working in concert with Mr. Lipsy and Mr. Wilson. What I wanted to discuss really quick this morning was the timing of our process. So what Mr. Lipsy is mentioning right now is primarily the oversight, which is the end result of the discussions that our staff groups would be having together. We are talking about having a timing to where we can actually be presenting concurrency updates, any updates that might be necessary for infrastructure improvements, et cetera, that will then tie into the budget and also tie into the 5-year work program that the school district is required to adopt annually. So our goal is, regardless of whether it is an actual interlocal meeting such as this, or an interagency working group, that you will have solid information that can then be incorporated into budgets and or your work plan. And I believe that Mr. Wilson actually just brought up that slide as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so to Michelle's point, the annual report that the working group would be putting together would be done every year. It would be land use, it would be schools. Each local government is going to provide population projections, development trends data. The school board is going to provide enrollment and projected enrollment, and they'll bring that to this group for your review and comment.
And from what I think that I have heard from most people, that we still want to continue to have this update here at the interlocal as well. And if something else wanted to be formed, then that would just be an adjunct. But I think we still want to have this knowledge and this information to go over while we're here.
Yeah, that does seem to be the consensus, and that's not an issue at all.
Thank you.
We'll just draft it to be this way.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Of course.
Question, please.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Pinder, we have our projections for the upcoming school year by April 1st, or do we get that later in the year for the upcoming school year? If we're making projections for 26, 27, and we don't have that information until July or August, it's kind of a little redundant to have it April 1st.
Well, I think it depends on what projections you're talking about. If you're talking about our projections with our, the projections for building and how that affects our enrollment, that's one projection I believe they're talking about. I think you might be talking about our staffing projections, which follows a different path than the 0.3 that we use for projections.
I'm talking about the projections we get from the state as to what they believe that our student population is going to be for the school year.
It would be around that time. I believe that we get the projections from the state, but we have meetings that we have meetings as a district that we transmit to the state that affects those projections anyway. So we do have input, and then those projections come from the state. But we staff on a different projection
I
than
understand.
necessarily what state it gives us.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pender. Mr. Alaco.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to your previous statement, Chair. I think what I'm understanding is this report would be provided to each of these bodies by April 1st, and then we'll have a month or two to review before we actually have this meeting. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, the actual population projections through the Bureau of Economic and Business Research at the University of Florida are provided on or around April 1st every year. So we will have that information at least for a holistic population projection for the county, including unincorporated areas at the time of this annual report.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, please proceed.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so school site selection, sorry, the current language in the ILA is somewhat cumbersome and not in line with current statutory requirements. And so we're simplifying school site selection back to what the statute requires, which is still notice to both local governments before a school site is purchased and notice before anything is constructed. And it goes through the normal process from there. As far as zoning categories where schools are allowed, there's no change on that. Oops, you might want to go backwards. Yeah, okay. So level of service in the ILA, the current ILA has 100% of permanent fish capacity. The only change is that the new one has 100% of permanent fish capacity and includes long-term relocatables, which is a little bit of additional capacity in that level of service calculation. And that would be one of the things that you guys, as the oversight group, would look at each year, is where the level of service is for each school and if it needs to be changed.
Mr. Alaco.
Thank you. I hate acronyms. What does FISH stand for?
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you.
Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses.
Thank you
It's a
very much.
State acronym, yep.
Sorry, we'll be sure to put definitions. Sorry, sir. All right. So the school concurrency application, so now we're into the concurrency section. Similar process is in your current ILA. We're just trying to update and streamline the process between the school board and local governments, which we've had pretty good conversations with both the city and the county on that process, trying to make sure that it all works. I think that'll be the subject of the next couple meetings between the groups, is to make sure that the application processes all work together. This is the current one that was discussed between the parties, which is basically the local government will direct the applicants to obtain and file a school board concurrency application with the school board, along with the fee to the school board. And then the applicant, when they make the application to your local government, they will include that application and a certification of the fee with the application to make sure that it's complete. They've already done our step. That way it's all in line, and then their timeline starts from that point. And then the school district has 30 days to issue the finding of capacity or indicate there is not capacity. And school capacity calculations, really no change. We're accounting for the fish capacity for Mr. Alaka times the level of service and minus the enrollment plus reserve capacity. And that's what's in your current ILA today. Proportionate share mitigation, we are trying to streamline this process. Right now you have, it could be up to 270 days for this process to get concluded. In your current ILA, we think we can do that a lot better and more efficiently. We have already done that. Both the city and the county and the school district worked very hard over the summer and early fall, and we've already, all your boards, I think both boards have approved a proportionate share mitigation agreement that's allowed development to occur while we're finishing this ILA. And so that a lot of the proportionate share pieces have already been discussed and been before you as of now.
Mr. Laco.
Thank you. Looking at the last bullet point, I'm assuming these changes are being made to be consistent with state statutes, but it says payment shall be made directly to the school board. Is that currently the case? Is that something that's changing? If it's currently the case, I don't know why it would be. In other words, is that a statutory thing?
Informational. Your staff has indicated they don't want to take the payment.
No, I understand that, but I mean statutorily, does it typically go to the schools?
It typically does.
Okay, that I'm just, sometimes we add things that are unnecessary for trying to streamline, and I saw that and I was like, I don't even know why that would need to be there. If it's statutorily supposed to go to the Moretti, why would we add it into something?
Because if I may, I think originally we were trying to have you handle the funds.
The fee.
Right, but I said, but statutorily,
it can be either way.
Yeah, it can go either way. So we had wanted you to handle it to begin with initially.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Rogers, do you have anything to say on that?
I don't know historically where I don't know if you've ever did, we're talking about mitigation payments here, right?
Not the
necessarily
fee.
impact fees. We get impact fees collected, we transmit them to the school board. These are mitigation payments. These are an agreement between the developer and the school in the county or the city for basically paying for currency for for sites to get to the schools the money ahead of time to build the infrastructure needed. And the county believes that funding is used by the school board, their elected bodies, and we believe that they can manage the funds directly and from the developers, and then also they need to use those funds. And so it kind of just creates, if we maintain it and then send it to them, it's just, we believe it's best efficiency for them to maintain those funds and account for them.
And I think that bullet point is there just for that reason.
Yeah, we negotiated that.
It
this
could go
year,
either
back
way.
and forth.
And that way, it's just duly noted, the payment shall be made directly to the school board so that anybody that's wanting to know, they can see where it's going.
And there were some developers that prefer, in back and forth about this whole new process be open, that some of the developers were like wanting the county to get the money and then not the school to get the money. And anyway, we worked on this for a year and a half or something. And so we believe, the staff believes it's best to go straight to the school board and they account for it and use it.
Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I just, what it was is it stood out so strange to be this small little add-on bullet. It almost seems like, and then, so that's why it caught my attention. If it was in payment shall be made directly to the school board of the proportionate share, you know what I'm saying? If it was in the bullet ahead of it, it wouldn't stand out as weird, which is why I brought it up. It's just me, but it seems to stand out like, look at me.
Well, I think it's probably there for staff. We went back and forth on this issue. Now
Yeah.
And we have a lot of agreements and we forget what we're doing, working 8 different agreements or sometimes, right? So, but with this agreement, we've agreed that this is how we're going. And
Yeah, so it was just nice to put it there because
it's
that's
good to
what we
remind where we're at on this
finalized.
discussion.
Correct.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Wilson, continue, please.
Thank you. So credits, the proposed revision is to bring it in line with state statute, which is a dollar-for-dollar credit fair market value for proportionate share mitigation paid to the school district, and that'll be via a voucher given to the developers. Exemptions, 3 of them remain the same. There are 2 additional, which is age-restricted communities, and then 10 or less residential units or Class C subdivisions become de minimis. Today, it's 1 student or less, which I think from our perspective was a little cumbersome, Jim. And so we were trying to create basically 10 or less residential units as a de minimis.
Mr. Laco.
He has it permanently. He has it permanently up for comment. Concurrency service areas, no change to this section. And now we're in the 3rd section, which is impact fees. This is an entirely new section. Does not exist today. There's no interlocal agreement between the parties on impact fees, so which it is standard for school districts and local governments to have an interlocal agreement, whether it's part of this big interlocal or its own interlocal, to deal with impact fees and basically how they're paid, how they're collected, when, who's responsible, and then also dealing with administrative cost. Each local government can retain the actual cost incurred, when it's supposed to be remitted, and then a monthly report to the district to allow for it to audit those fees and track them for all parties to make sure that we're all on the same page in the collection or remittance of impact fees. And that is our overview of the updates to the ILA and where we are. The next steps are continuing meetings. I think it's every 2 weeks right now between the city and the county and the school district staff to bring this to a final draft that will come back to each one of your boards for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
My pleasure.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So I was going to call a break at 10:30. It is 10:15. Before we start with the portion of the Hernando County Board of County Commissioners presentations, would you guys like to take a quick break now? Yes? Okay. Let's do that. I am recessing at 10:14.
Todd, you're up front? Oh, yeah, you go. Let's go.
I am now reconvening at 10:34. We are now on the presentations for the Board of County Commissioners. Item number 4, 26-3372, discussion regarding sidewalks within Hernando County school zones. Mr. Rogers, can you introduce this item?
Chair, this item is a discussion of sidewalks in the county, and Todd Crosby, Assistant County Engineer, will give the presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, this is a sidewalk overview and the local agency program sidewalk update, better known as LAP. The LAP program, or the local agency program, projects are funded through the Federal Highway Administration, and Florida Department of Transportation is the steward of the money, and then they are responsible for the oversight of the funding and on behalf of the Federal Highway. To receive this funding, your agency has to be LAP certified. Hernando County's been LAP certified since 1997. We recertified in March of 2023, and we are currently certified through March 3rd of 2026. So we'll be starting our recertification beginning of next year. And in the LAP program, we have constructed more than 40 miles of sidewalk through Hernando County. And basically, projects are selected and prioritized by the Hernando Citrus MPO Metropolitan Planning Organization, working through its technical advisory, bicycle pedestrian advisory, and citizens advisory committees. The final prioritization is determined by the MPO board, which is comprised of elected officials. And completed projects since 1997. We have completed projects through the county from Shoreline. The red lines you see are the projects we have listed all the way over to California. And the total of completed projects to date is 27 sidewalk projects. Like I said, is currently about a little over 40 miles of sidewalk. We've completed 4 projects within the Brooksville area that we've worked inside the city of Brooksville, and since 1997, our board has directed us to focus on sidewalks within 2 miles of schools. Under construction, we currently have 4 projects under construction, which is the South Linden Drive, which is County Line Road to Spring Hill Drive, the Fox Chapel, Freeport Drive sidewalk, which is Deltona to Northcliff Boulevard, and the East Side Elementary School Riley Road project, which is 98 to Roper Road. Before we go to questions, we currently have some plans in the works, but we don't want to publicize them until they're actually in the FDOT work program. So there is projects that will be applied for in the future. At this time, is there any questions on what we have constructed?
Mr. Laco.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I think you meant to say since 2017, we've been focusing on the two. But yeah, that's just a little history, and Commissioner Champion alluded to it. In the spring of 2017, we're asking some questions. We were wondering why there were so many bicycle trail projects in the MPO for both Citrus and Hernando County. And I said, who makes the final decision on this? And the answer from by the way, we have a great MPO staff today. I want to clarify that. But I said, and they said, well, in the end, it's this MPO board. And I said, well, I don't understand the logic of spending all this time when we have kids walking on grass and on the side of the road to get to schools, and we have this plans for all these bicycle trails. So that day I made the motion, and it was seconded by Commissioner Champion, to take all the bicycle trails, move them to the bottom of the list, and all the sidewalks and move them up. And so it has been our board as well as the MPO board's prerogative to get these done as soon as the funding is there. And so if you were to actually look at our list of projects, you're going to see lots of them are in design. We have projects throughout Hernando County that have already been designed. I mean, they're ready to go. We just need to again get the funding sources. So I want you to know that our board has made it a priority to get as many sidewalks built as possible that are within the walking distance to schools. I would also ask, and I know it was a funding issue that started this, but in the future, I would also ask that you please communicate with this board if there are going to be changes in advance of when it comes to busing, so that we don't get stuck behind the 8 ball like we were this time, because clearly they weren't expecting it, and I don't think the school board was expecting that change to occur. And then also, when it comes to this, associated with this would also be as much communication as possible in advance when it comes to school bus stops, because the emails come in quickly, and I'm like, I don't know, I didn't know it changed, you know? And so any more communication that can happen between the school board and the county, and frankly, the city, when it comes to our children getting to and from work, to and from school, especially when they're walking, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Laco, duly noted. Thank you. We will maintain that communication. I think that is important. Mr. Rogers.
I just introduce Bob Esposito here. He's the director of the MPO, and he is way knowledgeable in how to get the funding. So I thought I'd let him have any comments he has about how to get funding for sidewalks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Esposito. I'm the executive director of the Hernando Citrus MPO. We obviously work with the state and feds on funding. I know North Avenue came up, and I had talked to the previous mayor of Brooksville, Blake Pell, regarding North Avenue, and if you're looking for, say, safe routes to schools money, you would really need the school superintendent to write a letter of support. You would need the principal of that area, those area schools, and you would have to buy the right-of-way before the feds would come in and entertain the idea of potentially giving limited money to the different areas. Sidewalks, they're tough because they're not tough. It's just a money thing, and it's what we have to list as our priority. And I was talking to Todd about that earlier. We're probably going to shift what we call our LOP, list of priority projects, for the TA projects, transportation alternative. But we're here to work with you in any way we can. Feel free to reach out to me if you ever want to grab a cup of coffee or a bite to eat, and I can go further into it. But that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Thank you very much.
Follow up.
Mr. Rogers.
And Bob, to kind of follow up, so if there's a project that somebody thinks they need to have added or something, the right route to get those added is probably through their representative on the MPO. Is that correct, to bring those forward, or how would that happen?
I mean, you can bring them to the MPO directly, and then we can bring them to the board.
Do we have does transportation or anyone from our transportation department sit on your MPO?
Jim Lipsy.
Jim Lipsy?
Well, he's not on the MPO, but he's on our technical advisory committee.
So there's a communication method between the school district and these projects?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Mr. Champion.
Thank you. Not on sidewalks. I think everything's been said about sidewalks, but you mentioned bus stops. So, and I've talked to Mr. Johnson about this and Mr. Rodriguez a couple times. And I've said this for years. There's 55-mile-an-hour roads we're still stopping on. I was behind one yesterday, 3 lanes each way on 41, stopping right. And there's a way to turn into the neighborhood. There's a neighborhood there, and you could turn in, but they're stopping. It's just very dangerous. I just don't understand why we're stopping on 55-mile-an-hour roads. I mean, I can understand, maybe 40-mile-an-hour roads and under, but 3 roads particular, Powell, 41, and Barclay. The Barclay one will back up all the way to 50, including it pushes the cars into 50. It backs up so far. I don't know if it's a special needs stop or something, but it takes forever to unload. It's right by the fire station, right there in Barclay, and I forget the name of that road, Highfield or Irving. It's Irving and Barclay. I don't know if we can do anything about it, but we probably should not stop all the traffic on a 55-mile-an-hour road to have a bus stop.
What were some of your concerns? Tell me the names of the streets.
Powell, 41, which is heading into Brooksville by Southern Hills, and Barclay by the fire station, Irving and those are the ones I see all the time. I'm sure there's other examples. And, you know, we already have a problem with idiots that fly by buses and stuff. When you have 3 lanes each way, especially on the 41 one, and Powell's 55, and so is, well, Barclay right there, probably 45 at that point, because it's coming up over that hill. But it's very dangerous. There's a hill there as well, and the turnoff, and we just had a bicyclist killed right there by the Suncoast as well. So I don't know if it's something you can look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Laca?
Yes, I'd just like to state that the MPO changes between counties each year, and so this coming year will be back in Hernando County. You know, any of the school board members are welcome to be there. There's citizens' comments that are at those meetings as well. Very rarely do we ever have a citizen that comes up, but you know, Bob does a good job of making sure that our partners like DOT and the Turnpike Authority and different organizations do presentations at those meetings, which are very helpful if you want to know what's going on in those areas as well. Or, you know, or you can use them for your insomnia at night and watch them on video.
Thank you, Mr. Laca.
Ms. Rodriguez. I know it's hard to see my card.
Sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Bonsick.
So, as we're talking about safe issues in schools, right, and we're talking about sidewalks and different things, in front of our schools, we have 45 miles an hour speed limit zones when flashing, when our kids are walking down, especially Challenger. I reached out to Mr. Hawkins. I've reached out to Mr. Amsler about it. I think I've actually sent all of you guys about the 45-mile zone for DOT. They told me that it was fine because it was 10 miles underneath the 55-mile-an-hour. So, with that being said, we have children out there walking every day. They're on sidewalks, but we've had crashes in the back of our Challenger K-8 with a mom that was going too fast or whatever, turned the wrong way and flipped their car. So imagine what would happen at 45, 50 miles an hour. These cars are flying by our school zones with flashing lights, and they're legal, and they lose control. So just something to think about there with that safety issue.
Thank you, Mrs. Bonsick. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. I know it's on later, but one of our sore points, and we're getting a lot of comments and a lot of residents are complaining, is North Avenue. And there's 2 reasons. No sidewalks, crosses Ponce de Leon, there's no traffic light there, and there's no lights along North Avenue for the children that are out there in the morning at 7 o'clock, and later in the season, it'll be after 4:30 where it's dark. That is a very sore point for a lot of our residents, and that needs to be resolved, and I know it's on for later on, but we're aware of it. And the number of complaints we get from the students crossing. I had a parent tell me that within 10 minutes there were 19 students crossing Ponce de Leon at 7:30 in the morning to go to schools. That's incredibly poor intersection to have no traffic controls. Just something that should be looked into.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Halal?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Johnson pretty much just answered the question I just had, but to piggyback on that, where would we look? You said that Mr. Alaco, you had a list and the bicycles went to the bottom and sidewalks to the top. Where is this list? Is there somewhere we can look? I mean, I'd hate to be doing twice the work.
Well, yes. You actually have the City of Brooksville has MPO member on there, so you would be able to reach out to your member who's on the MPO, and they could get you that information, or Mr. Bob Esposito can get you that if you reach out to him. May I follow up on the previous?
You may.
Thank you. What I was going to say is we worked with, I reached out to with Lacucci myself because they were the electric provider when I had an issue on 550, which is basically Cortez on the west side of 19. You may want to reach out to Duke, okay, regarding that, or City of Brooksville with a lighting issue and say, hey, you know what? If you want to do something good in the community that you serve, this is a great opportunity for you to help us get some lighting on that street for the kids.
Mr. Bronson, I'll work with you on that if you like.
Mr. Esposito?
I missed the question. What was? Oh, we do. Yeah, we do have the list of sidewalks. It should be on our website, but if you want to reach out to me and send me an email, we can email it over to you. We have a list of priority projects for road projects, and we have what's called a TA, transportation alternative, which is sidewalks, bike trails, so on and so forth. But happy to get that over to you.
Mr. Rogers?
Can I have a summary again? So the school zones that were brought up, I believe, Michelle, was Challenger and Powell, was it?
Powell is down. Powell is low. It's in front of Challenger and Chocochatty.
Chocochatty is the other one
Yep.
you brought up. I want to
And
make sure
they're 45 miles an hour. And they're not doing 45. They're doing 50, 55. I mean, in our 25 or 35 mile an hour zones, they're doing 40, 45.
Okay. We'll review those and see what we can do. Okay.
And I can provide the code of how those are.
Yeah, then maybe we'll go to the board. Okay.
Chair.
Mr. Champion?
Sorry. I was going to ask if Todd could explain why, because I know when it first happened, I asked Scott, I go, how did it go from 35 to 45? I was kind of taken back by that. I go, by 45, really? You know, so I mean, I don't know. I get it. There probably could be some people. I mean, I don't see too much speed. I'll go by there every morning, every school zone. They're pretty much, 45 is pretty fast. So I don't think too many people are going to go too faster than that. But there's got to be a calculation, right? That you can
Right.
explain?
Well, there's in the statute, it says 10 mile an hour under the posted speed limit. I can provide that code. I don't have it in front of me, so I can provide that to anybody that wants it. So if there's a way for a board, and I didn't see it in there, but if there's a way for the board to vote for it to be lower, we'll check it out and go from there.
Mr. Rogers? To lower the speed? Okay. Go ahead. Can you state that again?
Oh, that's what that meant? I'll say. Wow, that's outstanding. So he said what I was going to say, that we're going to check out the law and see if there's a way to go beyond the statutory limits.
So when you hear the ding, it's because your red light's not on.
Wow.
Advanced.
Mr. Crosby, do you have any other information?
Just to let you know, for what we've constructed so far, total of 31 projects. When these last 4 are complete, we'll be right around 45 miles of sidewalks that the county has installed.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Mr. Pender?
So I just want to say thank you to the groups that work together with us to provide safe routes to schools for our students, the county commission, the MPO, all of the city, everyone that helps do that, because, you know, it's a quick number to say 45 miles of sidewalks, but that's a lot of time and effort and money to do that. And yeah, there are areas that we need to work on. I've talked with the county and the city about some of the areas that I think that we need to continue to work on to make sure maybe they're on the list that you spoke about that you're working on, but it's not public yet, as we continue to work together to get students in that 2-mile zone to school as safely as possible. Thank you for that.
And I guess this is where earlier I had discussed the 98 North Avenue sidewalk situation, so.
Yeah, Mrs. Rodriguez, I think
Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
I think it would be good that if once a project's approved, it be made public, so the public knows that we're doing and taking care of these issues. If you have a list that you don't want to make public of projects that are in the pipeline to get done, that's not exactly transparent.
Well, I don't think anybody here any of these entities are not trying to be transparent, Mr. Johnson. A list might be something that's attainable, but as far as transparency, I don't believe that's anyone's reason behind not putting a list out.
Yeah, but I think knowing where
hold on, Mr. Johnson.
project is approved
Mr. Crosby, go ahead.
would.
Oh, Mr. Esposito.
I was just going to address that. I don't think it's a lack of transparency. I think what Todd was saying, that until it's baked in the FDOT work program, they don't want it public. Because then people expect it to be there, and if something changes, money, I'll give you a quick example, money always changes. Our number one project right now is US 41 in Citrus County, and we're only halfway from State Road 44 to State Road 200, and we still need $130 million to finish it up to 200. Last year it was, 2 years ago it was $112 million. I'm afraid to even ask what it is now. But that's I don't believe it's a transparency issue.
If you're talking about a sidewalk that's a mile or less, I don't think those are the numbers. And if you decide to go forward with it, I think that would be nice for the public to know about. Even if you're going to do 8 blocks or half a mile, you could say, hey, we're starting on it, we're doing this half mile on a given project. It would let the public, the residents of the county, know what's going on instead of being in the dark. And I think that would be a plus for everybody.
Mr. Rogers?
And Bob, isn't there an unfunded list of, I know we do that for roadways, do we do that for transportation alternatives, is basically sidewalks and trails. And so is there an unfunded list also that we have that's within the MPO?
Yes, I mean, there are unfunded lists. There's, quite frankly, I think we have about 35 on the TA list, and most of them are unfunded.
So I think what we're discussing, Willie, is we have an unfunded list, right? So there is a list that's publicly available today within the MPO, published on MPO minutes. There's an MPO meeting that's televised. There's people that sit on it. Your staff is on some of the committees that come up with this. There's an unfunded list of transportation projects in there, whether they're roadways, sidewalks, and trails. And what we're talking about is which ones are going to become possibly funded, and then actually at that point it's going to become a project. Otherwise, it's an idea in the future. So there is a list available to you today that you can look at to see. And if there's not a project sidewalk on there, you can say, oh, this one's not on that list for the future, but those things can go out 15, 20 years. But we don't want people to think.
What I was talking about, Mr. Rogers, was the ones that, as they become funded, that would be nice to get it out so the public knows what is being funded and worked on. I'm not talking about, obviously, there's a list, and everybody has a wish list, if you would. So it would be nice to know the ones that are being funded as they come up.
Do we have that? Is that cited somewhere on a
Basically,
website anywhere that constituents can see that?
If DOT is doing the project, they send emails out to the counties, to the elected officials, and I forward them also. They BCC for sunshine laws, so the elected officials don't communicate back and forth. But we send those emails get sent out.
I've never seen one, I don't believe.
If you would like to get on our email list, but they're also on our website as well.
And is the website open to the public?
Yes, it is. And FDOT has a projects website. Now, if the counties or the cities are doing their own sidewalks, that would be pretty much outside the purview of the MPO.
And the city, do you guys have anything to weigh in on this? Mrs. Tanner?
In regards to the public MPO list,
Of what Mr. Johnson is requesting.
if you're requesting a list of our infrastructure projects, I'm sure our DPW department can get those to you, but
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that are funded. Now, I'm not talking about the ones on the list that are waiting to be funded. If your board meets and approves the funding of a given sidewalk someplace, it will be great for the public to know that. We got a lot of calls from parents. They're rightfully concerned about their students going to and from schools, and that's what we're talking about. So if we know that something is being is in the pipeline where the project's approved and it's funded, that would be good to get out broadly in the public, not just an email here or there, but broadly out. Get it out on the radio station, get it out in Hernando Sun, get it out into the public. Let the parents know that we're taking care of their concerns and the children are being looked after. That's all. If it's not funded, that's understood. If it's funded, let's try to communicate that better to the general public. It'll take the heat off of you, take the heat off us, and the heat off of them.
Mr. Champion?
Thank you. I was just going to say, this stuff is available, and maybe after our meeting, we could bring it back to our boards and just discuss what the priority list is and send it to you. It's not a big deal. I would just be careful because you get their hopes up, on things. Like, for example, we've been fighting for a county line for years, and what do we need, $170 million to get that done? And we had appropriation approved by legislation for $50 million, and then the governor vetoed it. So rightfully so, because hey, he's got to cut the budget back too, and I think with their priorities now of trying to cut taxes, et cetera, I just don't see the state, and the money's drying up too. I mean, we talked to FDOT, they're like, there's not as much money in the pipeline. This stuff's starting to dry up, and then when they're going aggressively after eliminating homestead property taxes, I don't know how much money is going to be available, so I wouldn't keep our hopes up too much. I mean, I'm sure there's still going to be some funds coming through, but But we should be able to get that list out to our boards, I would think,
Miss-
and at least get it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Champion. Mr. Esposito, maybe we could have our board secretary, Kelly Pogue, maybe we could get that information to her from you, and then she could share that with us as a board.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Can I just comment one
Miss-
last thing?
yes,
on
Mrs.
this
Tanner.
issue? So, I mean, when it comes to infrastructure priorities, I'm pretty sure all municipalities across the state do it the same way. Most of them are 5 to 10-year projects, so those are budgeted in probably a CIP for most entities, which I know the county does, I know the city does. We just went through ours, a completely public meeting, a completely public list. We also do road infrastructure every year. That's a list of roads throughout the city. So I'm very confused by this conversation, and the light of any implication of it not being transparent to me is just kind of ridiculous, because these boards meet and they're completely transparent. Discussing infrastructure at any level has to be with these boards, and they're open to the public. So
And Mrs. Tanner, I concur. So let's move forward. Mr. Crosby, do you have any other information?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mrs. Tanner?
With that, I have to leave. So I just wanted to I know you guys are moving on to the next thing, but appreciate everyone. I'm sorry I have to leave early. Was glad to join you all for what I was able to. And I'll see all of you soon. Thank you.
Mrs. Tanner, thank you for your service, and we will get any information moving forward that you've missed to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crosby. Item number 5, 26-3373, discussion regarding use of sports fields, tracks, and facilities for public. Mr. Rogers, can you please introduce this item?
Yeah, so Commissioner Laco brought this on the agenda to discuss this today. I'll have him discuss it.
Mr. Alaco.
Thank you. I know I've been on the mic a lot today, but we get a lot to talk about. This has been an ongoing conversation. I realize they are school district, but just like Hernando County properties, they're still property of the public, and it is becoming more and more challenging, especially with things like track, for instance, providing some sort of a safe environment for the public as a whole who fund a lot of these things to be able to use them. There's no way that the county is going to be able to keep up with, or the city, with all of the recreational needs in our community, and it's hard to explain to the public why, this came up recently with, I think it was it, which school was it that was it week?
I thought it was Hernando High with the track. I reached out to school member Johnson about this. You remember Mr. Dono about the track?
And we're just trying to find a way where we can work together, county, city, school board, to provide access to some things that, like a track, for instance, for the people in our community to walk on. As we continue to see the cost of government go up, and you continue to see, the cost of education increasing to close to near what it costs to, in our taxes to fund the rest of the county, we've got to find a way to be able to share some of these costs when we have facilities that are there. And I just don't know how we can do it. I realize you have some safety concerns, but I'll use an example. Springstead, for instance. It's like a maze to get through to everything. So clearly, there's ways to secure areas of campus and still have other ways open. Is there a way that we can work together to open up some outdoor recreational facilities for our community so that we can all do what, well, most of us, some of you are a lot younger than me, but, we used to go and play on the school playgrounds, or, go play basketball on an outdoor court that was on a campus. And we can't do that anymore because there's no way for us to provide all those services for the community. There's just not. And we've got to find a way to give back a little bit. And again, your recreational complexes, because of school sports, are fantastic. But they're not accessible to the public, even on times when they're not being used, or on weekends, or early in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Laco. Council, can I put you on the spot for a moment on this? How does that look for us?
I actually have some experience dealing with this in Collier County. Collier County Schools has entered into agreement with Collier County for joint use of fields. The city of Marco Island also entered into a similar agreement with the school district, so we think it could be done.
I think there are many people in Hernando County who would be very excited to hear that we can work together on some of these things, even if it's on a trial basis at one school and then we see how it works and go in there, because again, we have to all be more efficient with the use of our public funds.
And I'll just add a caveat that has been my thing for a long time, and I know this is a money issue, but we definitely somehow need to, sooner than later, but it would be nice if we can just put it on the back of our minds that we need a pool. We need a swimming pool. All of these kids on these swim teams, they do not have anywhere to practice. And the pools that they're practicing, they don't have starting blocks. They don't have any of the necessary. It would be like playing soccer with a basketball. That's what we're doing right now. And then going to soccer meets and going to qualify for state and regionals. And we're trying to make them qualify. And when they get there, they've had a disadvantage this whole time against all the other counties next to them because they've all used starting blocks. They've all learned all the techniques, but our kids never get to until they go to one of those. And it makes it very difficult. So I know that we don't have an endless pot of money for any of us, so I understand it's a financial thing, but I would like everybody in this room to really think about it. How maybe we could get sponsors. Maybe we could get some hospitals behind us. Maybe we could get some medical organizations behind us, Access Healthcare, whoever, Tampa Hospital, just anybody that would like to help make something happen, even if it was a recreation center that we all shared, but something. But these kids, it's really, they're struggling. And we do have swim teams at all 5 high schools, and it's very competitive. And a lot of these kids, they want to swim in college, but the only thing holding them back really is us. All of us, not intentionally by no means, because everybody in here would do anything for these students. But we are in Florida. Of all states to be in, we're in Florida. We're in the hottest state, and swim is a big thing. And these kids that may be able to go to college, had we have given them those 4 years of all the right tools to be able to achieve and have the times that they need, but they cannot meet those times. And yes, my daughter does swim, and we swim from 3 to 5:30, and we drive to Lecanto every day, and I have her on club swim there. And then we come back and we swim at the high school from 7 to 9 at night. But these are the things we have to do, because if we leave the county, she can use starting blocks. She can get what she needs, but that's what the sacrifice. And I don't mind making that sacrifice. I do 100 miles a night, and I'll continue. But it's a lot of parents can't do that. A lot of parents, they don't have the ability. So I think it's just really hard on these children to not have what they need. So I just want you guys to consider that. Mr. Champion, I'd like you to speak on this, but we definitely need to figure out some type of aquatic center at some point in time.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that Commissioner Laco brought this forward. I had talked to Mr. Johnston, and he gave me a less flattering response from the superintendent, saying that we're not going to, supposedly, that we're just not going to do that. It's a security issue, and like Commissioner Laco, I grew up and you just went to the high school. You went on the field. I know it's a different world, especially with everything going on. And we're not talking during school hours. We're talking when you're not using on the weekend or in the evening. And I understand we got to have to work out some of those logistics, but I'm glad that we're open to at least talking about that, because these are community assets and they're paid by the taxpayers. So we should be able to do something about that. And I agree with Ms. Rodriguez about the pool. I mean, when I was in high school, we had a swimming pool. I know it was a different time too, and it costs a lot of money to do this, but I've been proposing the idea of like sponsorships with the parks and stuff, sponsoring a park or sponsoring a gazebo or something. Maybe we can get some big business to CMEX or somebody that would sponsor the pool, and maybe the upkeep. Maybe you can't build it with that, but we could maybe ask for a legislative appropriation or something. I mean, it seems like anything to do with kids, and especially we have no swimming pools, I can't see why the state wouldn't jump in and help us out too, maybe.
And the other reason we're having to swim from 7 to 9 at night is because we're all sharing with 5 high schools. We share 2 pools, 2 to 3 in the county. So you have to, whatever school puts in their time, whoever jump starts and beats you to it, that's the school that gets the 3 to 5 slot. Then the next school gets the 5 to 7. Then the next school gets 7 to 9. So it's a struggle. So thank you guys for hearing that and for thinking about it. That's something that's desperately needed. Council.
I just wanted to respond or elaborate on the joint use agreements. I mean, because of the concern about school security, these agreements only exist when schools are not in session.
How does that look? I'm in agreement completely, because back in the day, I would run to the track and be able to use it, and I like that. And the swings, all of the things, I do agree, 100%. But how does that look when after school, we have all the students still on campus in all the different sports, and then you have anybody that can just come on campus and that can be with those children, and they are not vetted, or they haven't checked in through an office. We don't even know who's there at that point. So after hours, we do have sports, and all these kids are still there, and they're swarming the campus, whether it be basketball or soccer or whatever it might be, weightlifting, and then you have who knows who mixed in the campus. So I'm not sure how this looks. I love the idea. I do think it's probably achievable, but we would have to do some, and Mr. Pender and I have discussed this. Mr. Pender does agree. He does like the idea as well, but these are the things, I think, Mr. Champion, when it had gotten back to you, maybe it didn't come back the proper way, because what him and I have discussed was that he likes the idea, but the first and foremost is the safety of the students. So we still have to keep that in mind, because they do belong to us while they're on that campus, even after hours. Mr. Bronson?
I just think it'd be a creative way to generate revenue for the school board to take less out of the county and everything else by creating a fee schedule. You know, you can get official entities in there having leagues and stuff in your facility that can actually generate a lot of funds to keep the lights on for you guys and not need more taxes and other things. I know you're saying the liability. I think you could do it case by case with schools, because I know some schools and communities work better together, like the way that the school uses Tom Varn Park and some of our facilities. I think we should be able to, in Brooksville at least, be able to use our high school for public things, just because y'all are already using Tom Varn Park and other things that belong to the city as well.
Ain't no worries, the lights are on all night at Challenger.
Oh, I knew the light issue would definitely come up, Mr. Champion.
Be honest, you know, they turn off at 11 o'clock.
So we
Over there and be nice, boy.
we have our we do have a fee schedule. It's a use of facility fee schedule that we have where entities can use our facility. I think what is being proposed is anyone anywhere walking on and using our tracks like a public park. That's what I have reservations about. But we do have a fee schedule, use of facilities for our buildings, and I mean, we have some entities that use our fields, and that is we do generate revenue through that for the repair of our field. Those entities have to hold liability insurance so that we're not responsible if someone gets hurt there, which is also another consideration when the public comes on our property. So there's a lot of moving parts to this, but we do have that fee schedule set up. And, you know, when we use the city's field, we pay for it also. It's not a free service that the school board gets either.
And I don't know, Lisa, the city manager, and I were talking about that. Lisa, could you talk a little bit about how it's a little outdated, the fees and stuff that we currently have?
Yeah, our interlocal agreement with the school board's from originally 1996, and we have a couple of amendments that were done from 2003.
Yeah, and it needs like you said, with the way things are different nowadays, more liability. We're having the same issues you guys are having. So if we could update that, or maybe come in agreement where entities can use the facilities easier and take their own liability on. We just need to come up with a new game plan with that. I don't know when we were planning on talking about in this meeting, but I know we talked about this, needed to bring it up, updating on fee schedules and stuff, because we're dealing with the same issues you guys are dealing with.
Mr. Alaco?
Thank you. So I wanted to swing back to your question about pools and how do we make these happen? Well, I've had this conversation several years ago with the Boy Scouts, actually. And the scout reservation that's over there, I believe one of the schools maybe uses their pool once in a while.
We used to. It was Wikiwachi High.
Right. So, and there were conversations that I had with their president, and they were very open to maybe we call a public-private partnership to look at some sports facilities because they're zoned recreation, right? And so there's opportunities with all that property to improve some of the facilities for the scouts, provide some opportunities for the school system. And then who knows where that goes as far as the public goes down the road. So I would encourage the school board or a representative to get in contact. You can reach out to me. I can give you contact information, but to have that conversation and open it up. And maybe that's how we get, when we work with an organization like that and the school board, then maybe some of the big dogs in the county, you know, your CMEXs, your Walmarts, the hospital systems, maybe they'll want to get involved as well when they show that we can all work together and do something for the betterment of the county.
Yes.
Because silos don't get anything done.
There have been talks going on between the school district and the Boy Scouts, by the way.
And that pool is outdated as well, and it's not the correct length, and it does not have the blocks. But, you know, they were generous and did let Weeki Wachee High School use that pool. But agreed. And then, you know, we have to consider if we were to build something there and get a conglomeration together and make that happen, what's the future look like for the property? And where is that going to? And what could possibly be happening? We don't really know at this moment yet with that. So we have to be careful of, you know, when we decide to put a lot of money into a recreation center, that it's going to sustain and it's going to be there. Mr. Champion. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bonzik, she had her sign up. Okay, Mr. Champion.
The only thing, I understand your point, the superintendent brought up about the security and so on, but I'm at Springstead twice a week. I went to Nature Coast the other week. Nobody ID'd me. I walked right on campus, went to the game, just like you would anybody else. You don't know who's there. You don't know what I brought. You don't know who I am. Oh, you know I am, but you don't know who the other people are. So, you know, I don't want any roadblocks to say, hey, we can't do this, because we can. It takes scheduling and communication. We can make it happen.
Well, I agree. I agree that definitely that's possible, and it's something that probably should definitely happen. I think it's a win-win for everybody. But once again, all I was saying was we just have to figure out all the details in order to keep those kids safe. So when it's a game, it's different. It's a public game. But when it's just anybody can come on campus starting at 3 o'clock or 2:15 when the bell rings, you still have so many kids there. So we just have to be a little careful, especially in this climate and the caliber of people and what's been happening with our schools and everything. So we're just, like I said, the safety, you know, but I'm sure we can figure something out, and I don't disagree. I like the idea. I just think we have to figure out what we have to do for the liability and for the security portion for the children. Mr. McKeithen?
Yeah, so 2 points on this. The first one being, you know, have we thought about potentially setting up a schedule where you can make reservations for, you know, if you want to be on the track, you know, we have a block of, you know, 20 available spaces for, you know, an hour time block or so. You know, now we know you have to go in, register, put your name, you know, your address, different things like that. So we know that they're actual Hernando County residents. You know, we can have a non-liability clause in there when they're signing up for that. You know, that waives the liability on that side of the thing, so we don't have to worry about that. And now we know who's going to be on our, you know, facilities or on, you know, school grounds during those times, and we can actually check, you know, that availability. And it allows for, you know, the actual people that are going to be on there to know, okay, we have a certain amount of people on this, you know, at this point. So I think that would be a great idea. And it also, you know, shows, you know, we know who is actually on our facilities at those times. And then two, you know, as somebody who personally has swam with a swim program in Hernando County, that's a big thing for the students. I mean, we were jumping around. I know we were using the YMCA facility for our local meets, and that's not a facility that is comparison to even like the Lecanto and, you know, the Citrus County facilities. They have, you know, those availabilities for those students to train off blocks. It's a little embarrassing going to, you know, when we went down to Clearwater for, you know, regionals, we had a majority of, you know, the athletes from the Hernando team had never jumped off blocks. So they were doing their training during warm-ups. You get a certain amount of time, and it's a little embarrassing where if they would have had the, you know, chance to jump off blocks for at least a few days leading up to that, you know, it would have made a big difference. But also, you know, we have to consider that we have 5 high schools, you know, in Hernando County that are all going to be competing for, if we do have a joint facility, that we would all have to be sharing. So maybe there's a way that, you know, if down the line that we do get something, that at least once a week each team gets the chance to, you know, go train on those, you know, specific things that they're going to be seeing. I think that would be a way that we could kind of alleviate some of those, you know, pains and issues that we have, you know, in the further level, because there really isn't any way for your Hernando County students to achieve the next level with what they're given without having to go into the private sector and, swim on competitive teams or different things like that. So I think those need to be a big focus, and I'm glad we're speaking about those now. But, having that schedule for using our tracks and different things, I think would, kind of alleviate some of those issues that we might be looking at, when it comes to liability and knowing who's on our school grounds.
Mr. McKeithen, you said it very well. And when they go to state, regionals, and district, they're not even able to qualify. And where they could, they're not bad. They can keep up with the rest of them if they had the right tools to be able to train on. And that is disheartening, especially to parents when you put in that much time. We're putting in a lot of time, week after week after week, getting our children there and staying there and waiting for them and to be done and to see how hard they practice. And then it is disheartening when you go to the regionals and the district and the states and you see these other children that are able to perform and outperform them only because, like I said, I know this sounds silly, but it's like putting them in soccer with a basketball and then hoping when they get to the qualifiers that they're able to do it. They just don't have the tools that they need. So thank you for that. I agree. And you being a former swimmer, I know you understand this wholeheartedly. So.
And just to make another point is if we do look at building a facility for swim for, the county school district, if we could also look into, potentially doing something like a dive well. I know diving is another thing that nobody in Hernando County can do because we just don't have a facility even close. And diving is a big portion of, aquatic athletics that, I would have loved to, do some sort of diving. I find it enjoyable and I feel like I would have been pretty good, but there was just no way that I could have done that. Even, I could have done it on a competitive level and maybe got a scholarship from there, but think about all the families that can't pay for that competitive I know up in Citrus County, I think they do have the ability to, train because they have facilities for diving. Even just having a diving board, not necessarily, a 12-meter platform or a 20-meter platform, I know, but just having a diving board with a deep enough well that they can dive into, I think would also make a big difference. But again, this all comes down to, if we can get that facility, put up.
I agree, and I travel to Lecanto for those reasons. And when we go to these state, regional, and districts, all the other schools have a dive team, and everyone's diving. But Hernando County does not have one diver, and we're not able to dive. Or I shouldn't say they don't have a diver. They do have some kids that dive, but once again, they're not to their potential because they've not had the ability to every day to be able to practice and to be able to fine-tune that skill. So agreed with that. I wanted to touch on when you said putting timeframes in and having people that are going to use the track and putting their names down. The problem that I foresee with that is I like the idea, and these are all things we'll have to discuss, and I'm sure we'll figure it out, but this is why this is here as a discussion. But what I foresee as a problem there is the office staff leaves. So say somebody's coming in at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock to run, or when it's not so hot, there's nobody to take their name. And then how are they getting into the facility? Right now, our gates are locked. So there's a lot we'd have to look at. But when it comes to knowing who's there, I don't really see, once we open it up to the public to be able to use, I don't really see a way that we'll be able to know who's on campus. I'm not saying that that's a dead end to this. It's not. It's just a thought. I don't really see how we would be able to have a record of bookkeeping to who's there and who left and what time they came and what time they went. I'm not real sure unless you staffed it with extra people and people stayed through the night, till 10 o'clock or whatever.
Mrs. Rodriguez?
Sorry, Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
Very good point, which brings up the other issue, which is a change in the state law, where if there's every gate has to be locked and basically manned if there's children on campus. So that presents another staffing issue that we have to consider. If you go to those high schools with all those exits, they have to be locked, have to be able to lock from the outside, and you have to have somebody on the inside watching them. So how do we do that, and how do we pay for that? We lost a lot of money this year with the state funding. We received an additional $41 per student. We have about 25,000 students, roughly $1 million came in. But then our contribution to the FRS went up 2.5%. And with a $200 million budget, that represents $5 million. So we lost $4 million in funding this year we had to reduce, each department had to reduce their spending other than salaries by 20%. We don't have the money to have people stationed at all these schools, which is another issue that would have to be looked at. And as Mr. Champion said, the state government is not looking at downsizing, not increasing. So we're not exactly in a favorable position when it comes to increasing staff to work overtime or to have somebody there. And I don't think volunteers would cut it. I mean, and maybe there's a way around it, but it's another issue that would have to be addressed.
The state statutes right now have the gates locked in the way that the gates, teachers cannot even prop a door. So in between classes, they're not allowed to just prop a door and let kids come and go. You have to man the door. You have to have the door locked at all times. If the teacher is not there, you can't leave a student at the door. It's just, there's a lot right now that the state has hardened with us. So I'm not real sure how this all would look. I know that it sounds great, and I know that it definitely would be nice, and I agree, but we're not back in the olden days. And unfortunately, right now, they've really been tightening up the security of schools across the country because of the things that are happening. So I'm not real sure if we're ever going to see it go back to that way. You know, truthfully, as much as it's sad to say, I just don't know. I'm a traditionalist, and I love cursive. I love home ec. I love driver's ed. I love the fact that everybody could just show up and we could go run a track in the afternoons, because I frankly love to run, but I don't have anywhere to run around my home that's safe for a woman by herself to go run. So I think that would be nice to be able to go somewhere like that. But I just don't see where, at this moment, how this looks, you know? And in the olden days, yes, we all did that. But sometimes there's things that we're just not able to do moving forward under these conditions. So I guess it's something to explore, and we'll have to just continue to brainstorm. I'm not sure how we finalize this subject. You know, what did we come up with a solution? No. So we've just sort of discussed it. But Mr. Champion?
Just an offer, an idea, and we had a long conversation yesterday about bonding, et cetera, on projects. But what if we had a joint project for the city, county, and school board at Anderson Snow with a swim park, dive park, the whole deal, and we all split the costs? And the schools can have access to it, the county can have access to it, and then you staff it and you charge people to use it, like we're doing in the parks. We're charging them $5 or $10, or they pay the $50 a year to get the unlimited parks. They can go to all the parks, and then the revenue comes in to pay for it. So it doesn't have to be on campus. I mean, we've got Anderson Snow there for a reason, and I see that as, I'd like to see the county fair there, but that's a whole other thing. We got a lawsuit and stuff going on with that because it's right on the interstate. There's lots of land available, lots of more land available in the back towards the interstate as well. So the space is there. We already have the splash park there. We already have some of the sports fields. So it could benefit all the entities here if we did something like that. And it may be very reasonable to pay for.
I definitely agree with you there. That's more where I'm leaning, if I had to be honest. You know, as I'm sitting here, I didn't want to really say that because I know there's a lot of things we could talk about before we get there, but that's really what I think would be the best, is having a recreation center that everybody could use. And it could also bring money in, you know, for Mr. McKeith, and as you know, those swim meets, they raise money. You know, everyone comes in from all different, we host it just like we're hosting this, and like you guys host the next one, and how we do this. Well, that's the same thing with sports. You know, one county host and then the next county host, and so you're going to have that revenue coming in from the sports. But I definitely think something where we have a recreation center and everybody can utilize it seems to me to be the better option than trying to open the doors and the gates to our schools at this moment. Not that I'm against it, but I just don't really see how that's going to work. Anyone else have anything to say?
And
Mr. Bronson?
We also have Bud McKeithen Park, the quarry area. That's a huge area over there that if we brainstorm together, we don't always have the capacity to have these big plans, these big ideas, but if it's something that you guys wanted for the schools that would help the schools over in that huge open area where the old driving range used to be, there's definitely a lot of things that could go on in that spot as well. Could we make the volunteers, and we have a lot more volunteer groups in the city of Brooksville, if we could get something together for the high school to be able to use the facilities, and we set up, could we do it case by case instead of just all schools, which is not secure enough in this county. I was like, well, Brooksville, I think we could make it secure, and we could have like Brooksville Main Street and other private entities come in and help let the public come use the school facilities and keep it safe still. Would you be open to allowing case by case if we can create the right insurance and security and everything, being able to use the facilities?
Council.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would offer is this. Let me share with you the agreements we've entered into, the Collier County School District with the county and Marco Island, and get a sense of how we've addressed some of the issues that have been raised today. And that might be satisfactory to everybody. It may not be, but at least we've tried to address all those school security issues as best we can. And I think it's true. It's limited to two different schools because it's easier to keep those schools secure. So I think the idea of case by case sort of makes sense from my perspective.
And to go along with your question or concept, I guess, is that would be a use of facilities. We have an avenue to do that now through our use of facilities. If it's a nonprofit group, there's certain fees that we waive during that use of facility, but they provide the liability insurance and things like that. So there is a mechanism, I believe, the way I understood what you were talking about, to do what you're talking about already.
So council, if you will, would you?
Yes. I have a suggestion. I mean, if we all agreed upon it today and the money was there and we were going to build a dive or some type of facility such as that, it would still take years before it would become reality. So in the meantime, to help the students, is there any way, I don't know anything about the swimming or where you train when you come back into the county, but what if wherever this place is, I'm assuming it's the YMCA, am I correct?
Correct.
Would they be open to putting in the starting blocks there for our kids to train now until a facility could be brought to fruition?
Mr. Halal, how do you say that?
Halal.
Halal. Okay, I wanted to get it right.
You're good.
Mr. Halal, I like that idea. The only problem we have with the configuration of the pool, is the swimming pool is shallow on both ends. So they only did the deep in the center. Why, I don't know, because had they have done it the opposite, then that's something, had one end have been deep, then we could have possibly purchased the starting blocks for them. And
That was going to be my next,
put them in.
at least the temporary
every
fix.
time I'm sitting there, I watch and I look, they do have two starting blocks, but they're in the middle of the pool. They're on the side at 6 foot mark. The middle has hardly any pool to swim across, and they have the ropes going this way. So you'll never utilize those if you wanted to, because the ropes are going this way and the swimmers are swimming the length of the pool. So why, I've yet to, I guess I need to ask somebody, whoever built this pool, why did they put these starting blocks in the center like that when it can never be utilized? Do you have, Mr. McKeithen?
Yeah, so even...
You have an answer for that? You've seen it.
So even at that, at 6 feet, you're still running into potential dangers of using a 6 foot deep pool to start off of blocks, because a lot of the newer swimmers don't know the angle that they need to jump at, into the water at to get a good start. So they're going deeper than expected. So even at 6 feet, I mean, you're still running into a lot of potential danger of doing that. I know most professional swimming pools, I think they're, closer to 10 feet at the starting line or on the starter side. So, I mean, realistically, even having that 6 feet deep, we still run into those issues. And I know even places that have 8 foot deep pools, you're still not even allowed to dive into just because of the potential. I mean, you think 8 feet is deep, but for people that don't know how to jump off of blocks, they might dive right into it. And, 6 feet, you can get to the bottom real quick, even at 6 feet.
Agreed.
So, those dangers are in place,
Yeah, and Mr. Halal, I love your suggestion. I've thought of that myself, but even at the Boy Scout reservation, that pool is shallow, and there's no way so I'm not real sure.
And just one other thing that I wanted to talk about, if we do have, a facility, a community facility that we'll have, we could also generate revenue from letting other entities, churches, different things like that might not have the ability to have a, sports facility or indoor gym or something like that, the ability to rent out those spaces or, have track rentals, those are other ways that we could, generate some revenues from those, specific facilities.
Agreed. Any other questions on this topic before we move to the next item? Mr. Laco?
I know it sounds like a good idea. I would suggest that there be some conversations with Citrus County on how the pool's worked out for them as well, and the costs associated with that. And I appreciate the fact that we have families that their children like to do that. It becomes challenging because it's where do you draw the line? Okay, if you have a pool, how about water polo then? Or, I just want to make sure that you're prepared for the conversations that come at the public level. My kids want to get involved in hockey, and you can get great scholarships playing hockey or lacrosse or, some of these other things that are out there. And so we have to be cautious where we go and look at the cost, the overall cost at the end, which is, again, why I think it makes sense to try to have a public-private partnership where there may actually be some revenues that could be associated with it. Because frankly, again, the school district could have revenue, right, if they had a facility, but then you run into the legal ramifications and the liability ramifications with certain of your. Can you imagine if you rented it out for festivals, some of your facilities? You could do that, but then there's the wear and tear, and there's the liability that goes along with all that kind of stuff. So again, I think these are good discussions to have and to move forward with. But there are definitely communities that have pools, and I would have some conversations with those community leaders and say, hey, how is this working out for you? Where are your challenges? Where are your liabilities? Where are your replacement costs? You think about chlorination, you think about refilling when somebody has an accident. There's lots of things that go into that. So I think it's a good conversation to continue with, but recognize that when that door is opened up, if it's just done with the county or a school district, you're also going to have the question that comes up, well, what about what my kid wants to do? My kid wants to do curling, okay, great, here's a broom. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Locke, I agree with you on the private businesses to bring them in. I've always thought bringing them on board would be the right thing to do. I think there's a lot of us in here that know a lot of people. We've grown up in this community, and I think if all of us were to get together and figure out who we know and some contacts, I think we could probably reach out to some different like you said, hospitals, different medical practices, what have you, and see if we can get, I don't care whose name is on the shingle. It wouldn't matter to me. Whoever wants to put the most money in, they can put their name on that shingle any day for the recreation center. We just need one.
You know what sounds good? Coastal engineering right across.
Mrs. Rodriguez?
Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
I think the idea that Mr. Champion had about a interlocal, if you would, recreational center would probably be less burden on everybody. And we can maybe make it work, and as you said, charge fees and get it where it's self-sustaining, and then expand it to include curling and ice hockey at some point. If we can generate enough revenue where it stays, the funds stay into it.
And the impact fees can be used for that too, probably.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
For the roadways.
Let's move on to number 6. Item number 6, 26-3374, update regarding Hernando County development. Mr. Rogers, can you introduce this item, please?
Opposed again. Thank you.
Mr. DiPablo.
This item, we have Omar DiPablo and Michelle Miller present this item. There was a handout, and I appreciate the school district making those copies. I'll probably expect an invoice, but yes. And that's provided to you. I think that's what Omar and Michelle are going to go over. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. DiPablo.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Omar DiPablo, Development Services Director for Hernando County. With me is Michelle Miller, our lead planner. I wanted to say thank you to the Board of County Commissioners, the school board, and the city for having us this morning. As Ms. Miller pulls up our presentation, there it is. Let's go to page 2. I'll start. Okay. I think each of you has this particular handout. We're going to kind of divide and conquer here our presentation. There's been a lot of discussion. I think everybody has seen just unprecedented growth in Hernando County. Surprisingly, right after COVID, but not surprisingly, since we were an open state, a lot of people decided to move in. At one point, it's my understanding we had about 1,600 people moving into the state per day. What was supposed to happen over a 7-year time frame, which it's the normal demographic migration, essentially happened in 3.5 years. So we saw an influx of population come into Hernando, and good for us. It did catch us off guard a little bit. We weren't expecting that unprecedented growth that quickly. But before us, the graphic that I have provided, I'll start with the Rural Highlands area. We're going to focus on 2 geographical locations which have the highest unit counts in the county. Obviously, we have some intermediate subdivisions and developments along 41. I'll kind of hint to those. But one of the areas that we're focusing on very hard right now in the planning department is our Rural Highlands area. You'll see that even before any of the projects came in, we already had approximately 4,900 vested Rural Highland lots. That number is plus or minus, obviously, at this point. I've moved into that area about 1.5 years ago, and just around the corner from me off of the Thrasher area, 14 homes have been built just within a stone's throw. So that number is quickly being absorbed. So that's just existing undeveloped parcels. That does exclude the Swiftmud properties. Swiftmud does own about, don't quote me on this, about 1,600 lots that they were trying to utilize for wildlife corridors. Those are on standby. They have been selling some of those off, but they have no development rights. You cannot put a home on it. You can only add to your existing primary parcel. With that, you can see some projects under the residential legend. We can start in the north with Seville. Seville and Glen Lakes are what are called by state statute vested 380 projects. Essentially, those existed before the development of regional impacts were put in place in the late 80s, early 90s. And so those projects have been sitting dormant out there. Both of those have come online. Glen Lakes has been developed, but phase 2 is currently in our office being reviewed. That portion of the project, as you'll see, is about 645 units for the Glen Lakes phase 2. Seville has a total of, brace yourself, 3,800 vested units, and they currently have 720 of those units in the county going through the conditional plat process. This particular developer does intend to come back to the county to revise the original entitlements. As you know, Seville abandoned their golf course, and therefore any utilization of that golf course to move around units requires a comp plan designation. So we're working with them on that, but they've indicated to us that there is a desire to move on beyond 720 units. You can see other projects in this area for a total of 16,742 plus or minus units. Obviously, we have the west side that is occupied by FWC for conservation. And so that does restrict a little bit of development and puts it more in a constraint area. 2 things that we're looking at is the Parkway has approached the county on potentially adding a interchange at Centralia and the Suncoast Parkway. As you know, whenever an interchange comes in on any major thoroughfare, it does change the landscape. And so we are currently looking at what that looks like and what it will do to the Rural Highlands area. Obviously, it will help relieve a lot of the traffic that's now kind of winding through different roads to get to the State Road 50 corridor, commercial corridor. And so with that, I'd also like to share that you can see on the legend, commercial legend, there's currently either existing or pre-approved about 1.7 million square feet of commercial. Mind you, some of these parcels are undeveloped, so the way we calculate that number is with a 35% coverage. to get an approximate of what the potential square footage is up in that area. Why that's important from a traffic standpoint is we're trying to capture these daily trips and avoiding them traveling down 19 and the Suncoast Parkway, any other roads that are in that area. One of the things that I do want to say about this is I've kind of called it Spring Hill 2.0. We're trying to focus the growth into this area with the exception of the I-75 State Road 50 corridor, which Ms. Miller will speak to in a second. So this is one of the major focus areas. We do have some major projects on 41 just south of the city. I wanted to just speak to those. We have Lennar just south of Mason Smith. That's about 1,300 units. South of Lennar is Dire Wolf, 300 plus or minus units. Hernando Oak still is vested for about 680 units, which developers have been kicking the tires on that and trying to complete the Hernando Oaks development. And then there is a townhome project right there at Powell and 41. That's about just shy of 200 units, if not a little bit over. So a lot of these projects are currently in one level or another in production. Some of them have master plan approval. As you know, master plan approvals, and this is something that Mr. Lipsey and staff has been working on to better calculate when some of these are actually coming online. Master plans are good for 2 years in the county. We are proposing to change that to 5. There's an ordinance in place to bring before the Board of County Commissioners per their request. But then we also have projects that are going through the conditional plat process, construction drawing, and final plat. The reason I mentioned all those different phases, because currently we have 78 projects, residential projects, varying in rooftops in any one of those phases, if that makes sense. They've either been pre-approved and are within that 2-year window, or are in the conditional plat, construction drawing, or final plat process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Miller, who will speak to the I-75 State Road 50 corridor. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Michelle Miller. So in addition to the US 19 Royal Highlands area, Royal Highlands area that Mr. DiPablo had mentioned, the area at I-75 and State Road 50, which, up until very recently was outside of our urbanized area and not considered to be one of the highest growth areas of our county, has really moved forward in terms of both residential and non-residential growth and development. Currently, there's almost 20 different projects that are approved, at least at the zoning level, in that general area. That's both residential and non-residential. We have approximately 3.8 million square feet of commercial, primarily related to industrial distribution center, warehousing types of uses. With an associated 10,000 dwelling units that have been approved. This includes about 2,000 that are currently undergoing the zoning review process right now. So we have about 8,000 actually approved for zoning, with the anticipation of about 2,000 more that should be coming down the line in the next few months. The positive thing with the 3.8 million square feet of the non-residential is the obvious housing to jobs connection to be able to serve our residents that either currently live in Hernando or have the desire to move to Hernando. We have been having some extensive conversations with the school district as it relates to some of these projects. The Sunrise development, we are currently going through also a development agreement amendment with the petitioner and the school district to provide either a location for a school or to provide mitigation to ensure that the developer will pay a proportionate share for the impact to the schools that is anticipated from the development. We are also working with the school district on some other larger projects that are generating close to 2,000 units because we want to bring the school district to the table early, even though concurrency isn't established until the time that they do submit the subdivision. It helps the schools in planning to have an understanding of if and when a development may occur, the potential timeline for development, et cetera. It certainly helps Mr. Lipsey and his team to be focusing on some longer range planning. In addition to what we're here today to talk about, which is primarily related to some of our interlocal agreements with school, we are also looking at how some of these developments are impacting our overall public facilities. So that also includes really sitting down and reviewing the impacts to our fire rescue and EMS, contemplating locations for some of those fire stations, also working with Mr. Onderdonk and his team as to the expansion of wastewater services. We are seeing some unique situations in Hernando County that we have not seen previously due to the size and scale and just how quickly some of these developments are occurring. It would be different if this was, say, a 10, 15-year plan, but a lot of these, do have some very condensed timeframes that they're anticipating for construction. So we're really having to sit down and look at some a layer cake, essentially, of impacts to our public facilities all at once. And as Mr. DiPablo had mentioned, we have a significant number of subdivisions in the queue. One of the things that Mr. Lipsey and I have been working on is ensuring that concurrency for the school district ties in directly with the concurrency issued by the county to ensure that they not only get approved together, but then they also can expire together. So that way it's much easier to track concurrency and capacity for the school district at the same time. And so I look forward to continuing that conversation to really be sure that Mr. Lipsey has the clearest information to present to all of you that's consistent also with the way that we track information at the county level.
Thank you. We're open to any questions you may have. I see Commissioner Laco may want to ask a question.
Mr. Laco.
Thank you. So we've seen other counties have this kind of growth ahead of us. We're also hearing in the news, and this is for everybody here, that there are a lot of school districts that are actually closing schools. And so are we seeing the same type of numbers of students per house overall in these growing counties right now, or is there seem to be there's a balancing with private schools and things like that as well? Because the concurrency obviously is under a model right now that says there's going to be X number of children per house, right? And so when we're seeing growth happen in Florida ahead of us, that has happened at way faster levels than even this. Are those numbers consistent, or are we starting to see that the numbers maybe need to be measured differently?
So I don't want to speak for Mr. Lipsey, but I do know, and he's coming up if that's okay. I do know we have had some conversations about the enrollment numbers for the school year and the potential of those actually dropping due to some changes in the overall distribution of students. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Lipsey for more information.
Hello, Mr. Lipsey.
Hello, thank you. Great question, one that we are analyzing ourselves. The model is changing. So because of the prevalence of school vouchers, we are seeing a decline in our enrollment, and some preliminary indications, we haven't had an official study done yet, but preliminary indications are leading us to realize that the student generation rate per each home is coming down. So that will change how we look at all of the future development that's coming in.
That is also why we held off rezoning in our phases. We were going to move forward with our phases until all of this data has come in, and we have halted that at this moment.
Can I follow up?
Mr. Laco?
Thank you. So to what I was saying about other counties, I would assume that Hernando County School District has certain counties that they kind of keep an eye on because they're kind of similar, or they were similar and now they're different. Are there certain counties that, you don't have to tell me who they are, but that you're watching to see how growth affected the percentages in their school system?
There actually is a very close communication between school planners and districts across the state. And there are varying levels of declines in enrollment. Without having spoken with the superintendent of the board, I don't foresee immediately any school closings in our near future that other counties are experiencing right now. But we're still evaluating that trend. We are seeing a decline, just not to the degree that other counties have experienced.
Thank you, Mr. Lipsey. Mr. McKeithen?
So I know this doesn't have to necessarily concern Brooksville on this, but you had mentioned that there's going to be potentially an exit on Centralia. Do you know if there's potential plans for that to be a tolled exit? Because I know there's a couple of different, types that we have where if the goal is to alleviate the traffic going through those neighborhoods and those areas, I would recommend it being, or at least have it requested being a non-tolled exit, because you're going to see more people utilizing it if they don't have to pay a toll to get on just to go to the other side, of the county, where I specifically, I drove the Veterans almost every day, and I would specifically pick an exit that didn't have a toll to get on and off at, just because I didn't want to have to pay that extra just to jump up on it. And it, allowed me to utilize the exit, more than if I were to drive to 50, which is closer to my house, where I'd have to pay to get on and off there. So I would ask that, we make a request if that's the goal.
We'll bring that up. When I say we are literally just starting the discussions, we had our first meeting. There's been no land acquisitions. There's no designs. It's just something that's been on the books, and we just started the conversation. But I will definitely bring that up.
Thank you. Mr. Champion?
Thank you. Question, and this always kind of bugged me. Maybe I think I've posed this before, but I just did a quick Google, and you can see that there's growth in elementary, but there's decline in middle and high school, a significant decline in high schools. And when you look at like, I got 2 kids right now in high school. My stepson is in a junior. He goes about 50% of the time because he's already completed most everything. He's already doing PHSC. My daughter literally goes a couple days for 1 hour and then leaves, and as a senior. And it just seems like such a waste. I mean, are you guys thinking about changing anything? Should that one class be online? Would it free up space for you to change something with that? I mean, and even the half days, when you do the half days in a row and you're going, why didn't you just take a whole day off? Why are they doing this half day stuff? And I know we've been doing it like this for a long time, but are we thinking outside the box and doing something different? And it may be even changing the mix of the school. So, and I don't know if you can do this, I'm no expert at this, but I know we have K through 8s and stuff, which makes sense, but what about a 6 through 12? If high school's dwindling, do you need to change the mix, or can you change the mix? You can't change is it because of high school kids you can't change the mix? I don't know that answer, but.
So to go back to Mr. Laco, you had asked about the shutting down schools as other counties that we're seeing happen.
I did not say that.
No, you had mentioned that other counties are shutting down schools.
I didn't say that we were.
No,
Right, okay.
I
I
didn't
just want to
say
make
that.
sure. And I can't imagine it. I just would think it would
No.
free up space.
No,
for
and I
seeing it.
didn't say that. I said going back to you speaking about other counties shutting down schools. So we are not building at this moment, so that's why we're not building, because we're being very careful in expanding in hopes that we're never in that position, so we don't have to shut schools down. So, no, I never heard you say any of that. Okay, Mrs. Bonzik.
So to respond to you, Google's incorrect. We're not down in our high school. Our high school is actually our highest. Oh, really? Yes.
I'm talking about state of Florida.
So, okay, maybe state of Florida, but our high schools are the highest at capacity right now. Our middle schools are okay too. It's actually our elementary levels that they're getting them into us is being more difficult. So.
But are you holding a spot for my daughter that goes to one class?
Yeah, I'm holding
I mean,
this.
that's-
I'm holding the spot. No,
Yeah.
no, not not
I mean, literally, she
particularly.
goes from 7 something to 8 something, and she shows up at home, and I go, "You're done for the day?" "Yep."
Yep.
Done for the day. Oh, okay. Like, why are they holding that spot for? I mean, they can't do that one class online, or can you change up the schedule where you can free up that space? Or are you keeping that space for that person?
So-
My daughter all the time.
Go ahead,
You
Ernie.
know?
So I think that we've been talking about reserved capacity so long, that's all we focus on is reserved capacity and what's happening in the future. So as far as our capacity, our actual capacity right now, if you look at the presentation that we did at the last board workshop, Mr. Lipsey presented a presentation of our actual capacity over the last 3 years and this year with our 10-day count. That's the best data that we have right now. And then compared that to growth in the county, number of building permits, and then how many students came to Hernando County schools. And over the last 3 years, you see, I think year 23, 24, the first year, there might have been 600. I'm pulling some numbers from my 56-year-old memory. But I think the first year, like we had an increase in enrollment of about 600 out of the number of building permits. The next year, about the same number of building permits, we increased by 21 students. This year, with using 10-day count numbers, we were down by 150 in declining enrollment versus last year. So when you look at that, what we're trying to do is pace our expansions and our buildings so that we do not have a lot of sitting capacity, current capacity, not reserved. Reserved capacity is another conversation that we need to pay attention to, but remember we just said about that student generation rate and how that's kind of a moving target too, with things that didn't exist 3 years ago for school systems. You know, we had some vouchers, but not how vouchers are available now. And other legislation that is happening, like one of the things is that passed last year is that when charter schools open, we can use them for reserve capacity. We can't zone them, so that kind of puts us in a awkward situation. We can use their capacity, but we can't say kids are going to go there, which that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But so it's a very fluid landscape right now. I think a lot of counties across Florida are, well, I know a lot of superintendents and a lot of counties across Florida are trying to adapt to the new landscape that we're in, that, you know, Hernando County schools or public schools is not the only choice for parents. But I am committed that Hernando County schools will remain the #1 choice for Hernando County students. So there was a lot of questions you had. I don't think I answered anywhere close because there were multiple questions there that you had.
The one I'm really concerned with is, are we wasting our time with, like, my daughter going to one class?
So,
I mean,
yes.
is it, and then the half days, because my kids have told me over and over for years now, they go, "Daddy, we're not doing anything here." Still call me Daddy, even though they're old. But they're like, "We only watch movies, or we don't really have anything going on. We're only there for 2 hours." And, you know, a lot of times, you know how the kids are. They try to get out of going to school. Say, "Do I really need to go today?" But and if that's the case, and we're not really teaching them, then why are we doing so many half days? Why can't you just have a teacher plan day and give the kids off, and then consolidate that? And I don't know. I'm just asking because I don't know. I don't know.
So if I go back to your question about your daughter taking one class, so that your daughter is taking capacity in one class, one period at that school that day. So we're not holding, you know, we don't hold, you know, seats. Those seats are available. Those sections, that seat in that section of class that she's in, that one's not available. She's there. But the rest of the day, those seats are available for our scheduling purposes. So that's not as big of an issue. The half days, if we don't do a half day and we do a full day, then that counts as one of the days that we are not in school of the 180 that we have to go. If we do a half day, it counts as one of those, as a full day, counting those 180. So it's a law technical, you know, thing that we do.
a lot of hardship for the parents though too if they only go for 2 days. And it's a bigger issue, obviously.
Yeah.
You know.
A lot of counties do the half days for professional development. That's what we use them for.
And during the half day, when the kids go, of course, I saw a meme one time, it came on my phone, and it was really funny. It was a student saying that their grades are great, and the parent believes it until the grades come in. So it's the same thing with that. When the kids say, why are we going? We have nothing to do. That's going to be the number one thing that every kid says. But I can tell you, me being in the schools, and I'm in all the schools constantly, on those half days, it's business as usual. Those kids go to their class. That teacher is teaching, that they go to the next class for however that bell schedule looks for the half day, and they're not just there doing nothing. Those teachers are continuously, through that half day, they have their schedule, and they're implementing the curriculum, and they're definitely doing a half day. So don't be fooled by the kids saying it's just a waste. Maybe to them, because it's quick, they're in and out, and to them, why should we even have to wake up and go? Because that's a child's mind, of course, but they are in Hernando County, I can speak on, they are learning for that half day and going through those courses, if that helps.
Madam Chair.
Mr. DiPablo.
Yes, I just wanted to, for the sake of the group, the county is currently in their evaluation appraisal report, which deals with the comprehensive plan. We've contracted with a consultant that has done 7 or 8, maybe a little bit more across the state. We were lucky enough to be able to pull them in to assist us with what is deemed the EAR, evaluation appraisal report, because we wanted a good sample of what's happening across the state. We didn't want to necessarily think in a vacuum, considering the growth that we're experiencing. So we're excited to be working with that consultant. We're going out to all of our constituents. We got some work groups coming in. And so we're taking into consideration every angle of growth that's happening in Hernando County, making sure that we can turn over every rock and have every answer possible for the future. Because as you know, the comp plan is the long-range plan for the county. So just wanted to put that on the record, that we're currently in that window. It's due to the state in December 1st, but our consultant has indicated that they will be able to include some additional items in that package to the state. And so we'll be able to lock some things down from a policy standpoint for the county as a whole. So, and we're working closely with all the different agencies, including the school board, as well as, you know, some of the other agencies that are involved. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Mr. DiPablo? Mr. McKeithen.
So not necessarily around the development, but, you know, Mr. Champion had mentioned utilizing the students' time. I mean, it's probably one of the people in this room that's as closely out of the Hernando County school system. You know, I was never really the overachiever in high school, but my senior year, I took 3 classes in the morning, and then the rest of the day I was done. You know, I would love to, if the school district could, or, you know, the school board could work with maybe potentially, you know, technical colleges or trade colleges, or even, you know, private entities in this area to set up apprenticeships that, you know, the students could do after they've finished for the day, even in a, you know, a senior capacity. I don't know what that might look like, but I know the trade industries are really struggling with getting these young apprentices to come in, learn the trades. I think that would be a great way to utilize, you know, maybe if they have a half day, or, you know, if they're only taking 1 class, you know, their senior year, that they could, you know, have that available to them, where the, you know, necessarily they don't have the ability to, you know, fund themselves going to one of these trade schools to learn, you know, some of, you know, welding or, you know, electrician or something like that. You know, if there's a way that we could utilize the time that these students are dedicating during the school year as saying, you know, I'm going to school Monday through Friday, but I'm only going for 2 classes, and, you know, there's nothing really else that I can do outside of those 2 classes. So it's just a recommendation that I was thinking.
Sure, and we do offer dual enrollment classes, and that's a lot of reasons some students are finishing early, because they're doing their work at PHSC or, you know, university, and fulfilling that requirement at the same time in high school. We have CTE programs in all of our high schools for students to get involved, and we have Wilton Simpson also for them to go to, that they can either during school or after K-12, you know, go there and take advantage of the programs that we offer there. So we are doing some of that. Can we do more? We're always looking at more ways to expand our are offering to our students. I have an idea that I'm not going to talk about here, but I think it's a pretty big idea. It's a dream that I think that would benefit all Hernando County students that if I can get some more pieces together, maybe I can talk about soon. But I think that, and like you said, you were in Hernando County schools not too long ago, but to anyone here that would like to come to our high schools and see our CTE programs, I invite you to contact me, contact my secretary, Kelly, and we can set up so that you can see them for yourself. Because I think the way that we help fill the programs is by us seeing what's available and being those people. We're all the people in our community to talk about what programs we offer in schools. And when we're out talking to people and we say, hey, you know, I was at that school and I saw a really great HVAC program. You know that they have welding at this school for K-12, or at Wilton Simpson there's a diesel mechanic class and a lot of other opportunities that are offered. I think that helps get the word out to our students. Besides us saying it, as a community we're saying it. So anyone here that would like to visit a school, I encourage you to let me know, and we can take you and see some of our programs so that you know, so that you can talk about that to your family members, your community members, and then, because if students don't know it's available, or if adults don't know it's available, then we're not going to fill those programs. But we do have a lot of students in a lot of different programs, but we're always looking for more.
Thank you, Mr. Pender. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, and similarly, we also have pipelines with different businesses where we supply the skill sets so that students can get entry-level jobs in different businesses, whether it's manufacturing or other. We also have a pipeline with PHSE. So if somebody wants to go into engineering, they can follow through, or whatever the field of study is. So we're very proactive in both the technical and the academic programs. And as Mr. Pinder said, one of the benefits we have is the Simpson Technical College, which is available to the students to use at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Champion?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, my kids are in dual enrollment and stuff, so it's great. I was more concerned about if you're holding a spot, but if it's just for one class, it was more about just concurrency. But like Mr. McKeithen said, he's the closest to high school, but I might be the only one that actually went to school in this building. I don't know if anybody else went here, but, oh, you did? Okay. Mr. Corva went here. So, this used to be Mitchell L. Black, and I went to school, what, 4th through 6th grade, right? Was it something like that? 4th and 5th? Or maybe it was 4th and 5th, and then went to Parrott for 6, maybe? Oh, okay, yeah.
80s?
Yeah. So I remember when I heard the little bell thing, I was like, ooh, that brought back some memories, but. Thank you.
Mr. DiPablo, do you have any other questions or any information?
No, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate you. Earlier, I wanted to go back on, council, if you would be able to get us some information on the public use of the facilities. Okay. The 2 counties that they had referred to that was using 2 schools, and they weren't using all of their schools, but they were opening 2 schools for the outside, for the public to use the facilities. I would like for that information to be given to all of you that are here. So if we can make sure that that happens. Thank you. And at this time, is there any other questions? Okay. Well, at this moment, we will recess for lunch. It is 12:11, and we will recess for lunch. I am now reconvening at 1:02 p.m. We are at the portion of the presentations for the City of Brooksville. Item number 7, 26-3375, discussion regarding interlocal wholesale wastewater agreement between Hernando County Water and Sewer District and City of Brooksville. Mrs. Hendrickson, can you introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a collaboration between the City of Brooksville and Hernando County. Presenting today, we have our Public Works Director, Mr. Richard Weeks, and in collaboration, we also have Gordon Onderdonk, who is the Utilities Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of each board. Item before you is the long-awaited interlocal wholesale wastewater agreement between the City of Brooksville and Hernando County Water and Sewer District. This agreement provides an interim solution while the city expands its wastewater treatment capacity. To break it down simply, under this agreement, Hernando County will accept and treat wastewater from the city for specific properties up to 493,000 gallons a day. The city will be responsible for building and paying all necessary connections, force mains, and metering facilities. Once installed, the county will own and maintain the metering facility, while the city will maintain its upstream system. Billing will be based on monthly meter readings. Until the county adopts a wholesale rate, the city will pay the existing commercial class rate. In addition, the city will pay a capacity reservation charge of $5.68 per 1,000 gallons as well. This reservation charge is in place rather than paying your typical connection or impact fee that would normally be charged for a development. The agreement has a 10-year term, but it may end earlier once the city's expanded its plant and it's operational. It is also acknowledged that both parties must comply with EPA, FDEP, and Hernando County regulations, and that the city will enforce the county's pre-treatment requirements within its system. In summary, this agreement ensures available capacity for new development in Brooksville while protecting both the city and county until permanent facilities are in place. Lastly, I'd like to thank the county for their collaboration and support, and a special thank you to Gordon, the Utilities Director for the county. It's been a pleasure working with him and his team. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, no discussion? Thank you. Mr. Laco?
Were there any concerns, or was it just, I mean, I don't see anybody on the city side with any concerns, so was that just basically informational at this point?
Basically, we've worked out all the details within myself and Gordon and our teams.
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Rogers.
Just for clarification, so this agreement would go to the city and the county still, right, for approvals after this, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And then what is your estimated, after that, I guess you would go to design this system, or is it already designed, or what's the status on the design? And
We'd have to get into engineering and design if approved.
After the agreements are approved?
Correct.
So this will be online maybe in a couple years or something, you think, or?
Within 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any further discussion. Oh, Mr. Rogers, are you still up? Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next up is item number 8, 26-3376, City of Brooksville Development Update. Mrs. Hendrickson, can you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Giving the Brooksville Development Update today will be our Community Development Director, Mr. David Hanley.
Please push your.
I'll push it. I'm used to a green light.
Red light means it's not on. All right.
You're on.
First interlocal agreement, standardized color on lights on mice. I'm going to summarize. It's going to be much shorter than Almore's, and I'm going to get into why in the third year summary about where I'm going to tell you where our growth is going to be. We do work with Jim on a regular basis. He has a seat at our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting right up front so everyone can see who he is. Once again, Southern Hills has all those red dots in it because they attracted about 90% of the 125 units that we had built in the last year. We're getting some infill back into the older part of what the city is, where we have existing lots that were skipped over. And then we have about 2% going into Cloverleaf, and then 3% dispersed throughout the rest of the city area. So it's pretty much the same as last year. The red dots are all concentrated down here in this lower area here. As you will recall, Cloverleaf is an age-restricted development, doesn't generate students for you all. Next year, starting to change. The development's going to remain strong in Southern Hills. It's going to start to occur in Southern Pines off of Jefferson in this area. And then Arden Apartments is going to start off of Cortez. So the projection is going to go up to 235 units, of which 210 are going to be contributing. Hence, the increase in the differential in there is going to be an increase on the number of units moved into Cloverleaf over that period. Third year out gets to be really a little more hairy. And this number is in there, and I'm going to tell you the number is going to go over 500 new units the third year out. And the reason why is Arden is going to be building out 290 apartment units on Cortez. And then we have additional developments that are going to be coming online that are in either zoning or construction plan review right now, and will be able to come out and have production numbers coming out. So the number's going to go up dramatically, at least for 1 year, with the build out of Arden Apartments. After that, we're going to have additional developments coming online in these developments, and we're going to see a scattered of more dispersed development within the city, so that Jim's job is going to be a little more tougher distributing students throughout the city area. And that's why I don't want to give any more projections beyond this, because we have some of these properties that are changing ownership and developers, and we have other national developers coming in that are taking a portion of the development. So we're being a little more reluctant after the first 3 years. We are working with utilities when we enter into development agreements with developers for new projects. We require them to give us a 5-year plan, which we will share with Jim, so that he'll be able to have a little more appreciation and planning ability for what is coming down the line from the developers, because they submit this as part of their development package. And then I stand to answer any questions. I'm not going to ask you to count all those dots that were in Southern Hills like I did last year.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Mr. Laco?
I'm curious, why such a high percentage of students per units? Is there a reason for that?
Students?
You had 235 units contributing 210 students.
No, with 210 of the units contributing students.
Okay, with
25 are in Cloverleaf. They don't contribute students.
Right. No, I get that, but I mean, we assume that every home has at least one.
No. There's 235 projected units.
I get it. So
210 of those are contributing students.
I understand that. So we're assuming that 90% of the homes will have a student in them?
Yes, because I don't have anything that says otherwise, be it an apartment or a house, that says they're not going to. Those are not age restricted or anything else like that are in that number.
Okay. It just, and maybe I'm wrong. It just seems to be a high percentage.
I think you're mistaken. I think he's saying out of the 235.
I understand what he's saying. I'm saying that I don't think that every house that's not in a 55 and over community is going to have a student.
The state suggests that it'll be about 0.3 students, right, Ms. Lipsky?
This is saying,
Yeah,
this is
that's-
0.9 at this point.
No, I'm not saying that.
70 students.
I'm saying those units maybe have the potential to generate students. How's that?
I guess it.
Jim approves.
Yeah,
for
no, I
potential.
get it. Well, this is. I think this is important to
Mr. Lipsey,
understand.
go ahead.
We
Go up front,
understand
please.
that potentially 210 of the units would provide us.
They are in his bailiwick to consider generation.
Right, and then so how many students are you actually estimating of those 200? Because this, when I see it this way, I see it written this way rather than contributing potentially this many students, it makes it look like a much higher number is what I'm getting at. The way this is writing, it says 210 units contributing students. And so that's why I'd like to understand why that says it that way.
Mr. Lipsey?
If I may, David.
Yes.
So the way that I understand that is of the 235 units that are projected, 25 of those are exempt from school concurrency. So we will evaluate school concurrency for 210 of those dwelling units. As we mentioned earlier in the presentation, what is the student generation rate that will be used? That's what we're still working out. Our preliminary numbers say it will be less than the 0.3 for a single family. Townhomes have a lower student generation rate. Multifamily had lower. That appears to be coming up slightly, but we're still evaluating that. So 210 of those 235 would be considered for school concurrency.
Follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So technically, we should be estimating about 35 students or 70 students, or what are we talking about here? When you have 210 contributing units, are we doing 0.3? Are we doing what are we doing?
So it's going to depend on the unit type. Right now, if they were all single-family homes, based on the rate that we have been using, it would be 0.3 students per dwelling unit. But that's, yeah.
Mr. Rogers?
A question on your projections. So the things that are, it says projecting construction 25, 26, these new starts in Southern Pines and Arden Estates, and then I guess the long-range construction. Are those all those dependent on the wastewater interlocal agreement getting completed and constructed, or are some of those already moving forward with the existing, or the capacity you created by fixing all the leaks and everything you're doing, or? They're all moving, so everything here is moving forward that you projected, or is there?
On this list, yes, everything is moving forward.
Okay, good. And the next page then is pending finding more capacity, right? Or fixing the capacity you're doing?
Correct.
That's a hybrid list there.
Okay. So that's all pending capacity. Okay, wonderful.
Thank you. Mr. Champion?
Hey, quick question. I mentioned this before when we eliminated some lots and stuff, but like in the city of Brooksville, you had the old projects that went to, I believe that's a retirement community now, right? The one that's behind Cracker over there?
Summit Villas is replacing the old one-story on Martin Luther King.
I'm talking about the other side, the other one that was off of, when you're heading up the hill across from Coney Island and stuff.
Okay.
Backside. That used to be like a housing project, low-income stuff, and then it sold, and I believe it's 55 and up. So the question I had, when you converted neighborhoods like that already had concurrency, because those buildings could have had kids, but now they don't, is any of that adjusted? And I asked the school board the other day, when we in one day we combined and eliminated 9 lots, right? So when they all had concurrency, they could have built there and had students there with no questions asked. We don't have to get permission or anything. So when those lots are eliminated or a neighborhood's eliminated, is any of that adjusted? Because you have 97 units over there that are going to have 0 kids in them now that used to have kids in them, but now they don't.
We don't adjust concurrency.
Well, that's what I'm asking about the school board. Do they, when we take off things offline? So like you eliminated 97 units that used to have kids in them. Now they don't. And then one day the other day we eliminated 9 lots by combining them and getting rid of easements and building on 2 lots instead of 1.
Mr. Lipsey's going to respond to that.
So for any developments for which we are currently reserving capacity, when we learn from either the county or the city that those developments are inactive, if they've been withdrawn, if they've expired, then we do reduce that capacity that we're reserving. Does that answer
Something
your
that was
question?
already built, like, they're, I don't know if you know the neighborhood, but they're duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, a few single family. There was 97 total units, and it used to be the housing unit, Brooksville Housing Authority, not the ones that are being torn down, but the other side. They were all part of one thing, and there was a lot of crime there, et cetera, back in the day. I don't know if the city of Brooksville, you know what I'm talking about? And that neighborhood was sold, and it's 55 and up now. Right, so those 97 units would have been, you wouldn't have been able to put kids in there.
I don't think it is 55.
It's not? Okay.
Right
Maybe
behind
I'm
Rogers
mistaken.
Christmas House, that neighborhood back in there.
But in general, we don't adjust, is what you're saying.
Well, and if I'm understanding you correctly, and no, I'm not personally familiar with the neighborhood, if the dwellings are already built,
Yeah.
then there's no need to reserve capacity. The presumption is that once the subdivision is built out, that the students are enrolling.
Yeah. Like you were in the audience the other day, and I was joking, and I was like, we just eliminated, we're counting them, it was 9. It was literally, people come in and go, I want to eliminate this easement in the middle and to build one house on 2 lots. And in one day, when you were there, I said, we're up to 9 now. We eliminated 9 lots that were legally able to be built, a house could be built, and they would have reservation of kids. And if those lots are eliminated, why isn't something adjusted? Because we're showing we're eliminating lots that could be built on, that would have concurrency already.
If there was capacity reserved, then that would be released.
Because they're not, because they're single family, just infill units, is that what?
That's a lot of what we're seeing is where there's infill units, those are.
You understand what I'm saying though, right? Because if I own the lot, I could build on there and I could put kids in it, I don't even have to ask you permission. I could do that because it's already grandfathered in. But when you eliminated it, you'll never have a student there because it's gone now. That lot's gone, it's combined with something else.
So
right? That's all I'm saying. I don't know, it's minuscule really when you look at the whole plan.
Yeah. So there are studies that can be done that look at developable properties, countywide to get some long-range estimates, and we're frankly not to that level yet where we're doing that kind of analysis and projection.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the obvious question then would be, does the county have a process to notify the school board when these rezonings are happening? I don't know if Omar could shake his head or. So Mr. Lipsey is saying if they get notified of rezonings that affects school concurrency and capacity, then they will adjust it. But are we notifying them or?
I think we are when development, I mean, recently we just updated concurrency based on units being changed or not moving forward with them, and we did an update on concurrency, Jim did to the board. So,
yes.
I mean, I think there's, Jim, I mean, that's how you got that information is from the county, correct?
Yes. And Michelle communicated those to us. Those were for developments for which we were reserving capacity, not for potentially developable lots.
So if I may, Madam Chair, so Michelle Miller for the record, capacity is not reserved at the time of the rezoning. We do receive what's called a non-binding reservation of capacity, which lets the developer know how many students could potentially be generated by the development. It helps solely with planning purposes. It puts the developer on notice as to whether or not there would be capacity at the time that they have submitted for the rezoning. But at the time of the conditional plat, that's when the actual capacity is generated. We are working together with Jim to do updates. We usually do it annually, if not, we try annually at least. We're trying to do this a little bit more frequently, which is why we're aligning our concurrency to expire at the same time now too, because Currently, Jim's capacity actually expires before our concurrency expires. So there was a lag in us providing information solely just because our dates didn't align. Now that we've managed to fix that, it's really going to help because the 2-year period of our concurrency will align with the capacity reservation as well. So it should be much easier for us to really hone in on that exact reserved capacity number that Jim needs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lipsey. Mr. Hanley, any further comments? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Item number 9, 26-3377, Partnership on North Avenue Sidewalk Project. Mrs. Hendrickson, can you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The North Avenue Sidewalk Project will be presented by Richard Weeks, Public Works Director.
Thank you. Mr. Weeks, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation before you today is to provide an update on a sidewalk project that's been talked about here multiple times today, one that is beneficial to all 3 parties represented here today as well. This project is located on North Avenue, and we are considering 2 proposals that we would like your support and feedback on. The first proposal includes an installation of approximately 3,300 linear feet of sidewalk extended from Howell Avenue to US 98. This option would provide continuous and safe pedestrian connection directly serving Hernando High School and nearby neighborhoods. The second proposal would run from Howell Avenue to Whiteway Drive, and this would provide access for residents of 2 primary neighborhoods to walk to and from the high school area. This section is a short distance. This is 2,210 linear feet. Currently, the city has allocated $50,000 in this year's capital improvement program, as well as applied for multiple grants to fund the design and engineering phase of this project. If any of the partners or agencies have potential funding suggestions or collaboration opportunities, the city would be happy to coordinate and brainstorm ideas together. With that, we look forward to making this project a reality in the near future for the safety of our residents and our children.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Weeks.
for any questions.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Weeks. The handout in our book says 3210 linear feet, but you referenced, and I can't see that number up there. Oh,
Push your
I'm
button.
sorry. I pushed it, but I guess I turned it off. Mr. Weeks, our handout says 3210 linear feet, and you mentioned 2210. I don't know what that says up there because I can't see it.
Yeah, I apologize for that. The second proposal should be 2210.
Okay.
Opposed to 3,300?
Opposed to 3210, I believe said. And that is the Whiteway proposal.
So it's 2210?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Richard Weeks was trying to be, sorry, he was trying to be fiscally responsible. You know, going all the way down to 98 is a lot farther. If we can just get it down to that road, kids can walk through that neighborhood up to the sidewalk and then go down North Avenue. That's the only reason we picked the shorter distance, trying to make it make sense.
Well, even if we did it in 2 different phases, but that phase would serve 2 primary neighborhoods at a cheaper cost.
Which one? So
Proposal 2, the Howell Avenue to Whiteway.
Is there an estimate on the cost per linear?
There is no estimate at this time. We're in the beginning stages of this.
would we end up eventually going to 98?
That would be the idea.
Hold on, Mr. Johnson, 1 second. Eventually, we would be
Correct.
going to 98?
The idea is to bring it all the way to 98, but again, if we did it in 2 different phases, at least we did to Whiteway, the first phase, it would serve the 2 primary neighborhoods.
When would we look at phase 2?
It's just going to depend on, honestly, funding. We have to purchase right-of-ways. There's a lot of engineering and design on this. On this side of the road, there's a stormwater system that runs down from Howell Avenue all the way to 98. So we have to get engineering involved to do an underground stormwater system and then figure out where we're going to put the sidewalks. So this is a very complex project. It's very much needed, but it's very complex.
Mrs. Earhart?
Richard, a quick question. The sidewalk, is this proposed for one side or both sides?
This is proposed for one side.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you were up earlier. Are you still?
Yeah, my question was the cost per linear foot, more or less. And I understand the problem exists on that roadway for the schools all the way to Ponce de Leon. Actually, crossing Ponce de Leon is also another issue.
Correct.
So,
Naturally, going to 98 would be better, but financially, it's probably not feasible at this moment. Maybe doing the phases wouldn't be a bad option, at least for starting something. But going to 98 would be, if money wasn't an option. Mr. Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if stormwater is an issue on that side of the road, I see in the future proposal going all the way to 98, they got to cross over the street.
Correct.
Anyway. It seems to me, if it's feasible, and I'm sure you've looked at it already, just to move it on the other side of the road, and then they could cross closer to the school or at the school and not have to cross over once you expand it the rest of the way.
I think both options, you're going to be facing a lot of different obstacles here. On the other side of the street, you have some very, very large trees over there that run through the entire street line. So you'll be clearing out all of the trees on that side of the street. I don't want to talk about trees. Yeah.
You brought it up.
Mr. Rogers?
I mean, my recommendation is obviously I would design, the design is going to figure out where the sidewalk's going to go anyway.
Correct.
Based on the engineering, and then design the whole thing and phase it as your recommendation, and then work with the MPO to go after funding for either Safe Route to Schools or TA funding, and then since it seems to be a priority to the school system, whoever sits on the MPO board for you could work with the other MPO board members here to raise it up in the priority list, right? So there's a priority list that when you get in there, an MPO staff knows how to do this, or the MPO director can help you with this a lot. You got to get higher up on the priority list to get funding, right? So the money runs out pretty quick. And so, but if a lot of people are together, all think it's a big project and can move it up against some other projects in the county. It is on the MPO list now, but it's just unfunded at the very bottom because it's not designed yet. But
Okay.
it is on there at the very end of the list. You just have to get it designed, and then you could get it up there pretty quick, and then you just need a lot of people allocating for it. You probably need a friend from Citrus County. So somebody's got to make a friend up there, but we do that all the time. The commissioners do it, so, and get somebody up there to allocate this to move it up in the list. But
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Laco?
Just so you understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you again? I didn't see Mr. McKeithen. You've had your sign up.
Thank you. So just to, give a backstory on this, myself personally, I live in that neighborhood. I think we all, see the dangers that happen on North Avenue. So I think at least our council is very, aggressive of putting this at a top priority for improving. So, we're going to be working with the MPO, and I think it's a great thing that we'll be able, if we do phase this out into, phase 1 and 2, by completing it to 98, we'll be able to work, since 98 is a state road, we'll be able to work through the MPO board, working with DOT to get some safe crossing for that as well, just to service that side, even though, some of it's not necessarily, there's parts on that side that are county right next to the city, so it gets a little bit complicated, but I think we have the, I hope we have the support of the commission as well if it, does end up running into, the county land, that we can all work together on this project, because I think it's a valuable piece that, Brooksville, and Hernando County in general has been needing for many years. And it's been one of those things that, it's just too expensive. It's been kind of getting pushed off, where I think now we're all kind of learning really well how to, do a lot with a little. And I think that's what most of our boards have kind of figured out. So I'm excited to see where we kind of go with this project, because this is something that I'm going to be pushing for at least my term on this council, is to making sure that this project takes top priority.
And all the way to 98 eventually, sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. McKeithen. Mr. Laco, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure, because, we have We have multiple commissioners that are on the MPO board, and I just want to, and you have one city council member on there, and so I just want to make sure you're understanding. There's a reason why Hernando County is able to get a lot of projects done through the MPO. It's because we've got the design done, right? And so you can go after the funding. And if you truly think as a city council that this is an important project for you, you've got to get that part done, or we can't move forward and get you funding. And so that's really important, I think, for you to understand. And our Citrus County has run into that problem, and we're like, great, let's get this R&D done so that if Citrus can't apply for the money, Hernando County can. So we have quite a few projects that have the R&D done on there, and we're ready to go.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers?
I'm sorry, you might know this already, but I was just checking the MPO list. For some reason, the previous design went to Zoller Street, which is right across the street from where you cut it out. But just in the MPO currently, it's listed in there as going from Howell to Zoller Street, so which is on the south. That's next to that church, Christ Lutheran Church. But minor thing. I'm sure Bob can work his magic and make all that change for you. So
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKeithen?
Yeah, just to kind of respond to Commissioner Laco, we have made it a priority to get this project done. We're thankfully in a better place now with our, CIP that we're now allotting money specifically for this. It's become a top priority so that we can do any of those design phases or anything that we might need to do as a council. So I just wanted to let you know that, we are working towards that. Unfortunately, the capital improvement projects for City of Brooksville were a little bit more difficult to take care of, but now this council has really made it an effort to aligning with what we want as a council. So, and this is, again, a top priority for us.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Mr. Hanley, Mr. Weeks, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the portion of public comment. Item number 10, 26-3378. Our first, we had Pam Everett. I do not see her in the room. Next, we have Mr. Richard Ross.
Good afternoon, Richard Ross for the record. I have a few quick things. One is the school zone speed limits. I believe that the state of Florida passed a statute that allows for speed cameras in school zones and the resulting fines. And that would be an option to get some enforcement on some of the more traveled roads, would be to put in the enforcement cameras. As far as the aquatic goes, very possibly it's time to approach rec with them kicking in some money since they just purchased part of the scout camp to improve a swimming pool there as part of a public-private type of project. The main reason I came today is I know that the county and the city spends a lot of money with printing at various speedy prints and things like that, and I know the school board has a printing press. And it seems like it would be a good interlocal agreement for the county, the city, and the school board to use that facility for the vast majority. I don't know whether this stuff that's out here today was printed at that press or copied on copier machines, but, I mean, there's a press sitting there. It's a good press. Now, I haven't seen that press in probably the last 10 years, but it would be, even if it costs the county and the city money to speed up or improve that equipment, that would be useful for the county, the city, and, I mean, none of this stuff has to be printed today. If there's a meeting coming up, it can be sent over to the school board and printing press, get it printed and picked up or delivered. There's traffic right there by it all the time. So that was one thing that I felt like would really help all of the various boards. And then the last thing is just kind of because you're all together, I'm going to challenge you. I want you to get together and sue the state of Florida to eliminate unfunded mandates. It's crap that they tell us what we've got to do. They've got money, surplus money, but they don't bother to send it down with the unfunded. And I think it's time to the counties, the cities, the school board. Well, anyway, sue them. Do a class action. Get the unfunded mandates wiped off the books.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Our next speaker is Mr. Doug Corbat.
I wasn't really going to say much until Commissioner Champion brought up the Moton School system where we used to run out the windows to go to the playgrounds. He mentioned that running out windows. And then going to the talk about the pools, and JW mentioned the water not being deep enough. And it's a sad thing that the personal accountability in our society is totally gone. 4 foot deep, and swimming is plenty deep enough, except for the insurance companies. To the business. In my role, I have had the opportunity to travel to many different counties, and Martin County is a county that actually has a recreation department that operates in the black, which is something that is very odd. 2 things that they have in their powers is a giant swimming pool that's also tied to a water park. So the recreation department said it best as swimming pools are made in giant rectangles, but they should actually be made in ovals, similar to a toilet bowl, because it's a giant money pit. But by tying the recreation off to the side of it, they're able to operate that in the black. They also, I believe, host the swimming and diving state championships for the state of Florida. My team was the first team, JW, so we didn't get a chance to do that. We only made it to districts, and that was as far as we could go.
What county?
Martin County, Florida.
Thank you.
So also for extra money, what they end up doing is they have a lot of colleges from up north that want to be able to practice. They rent the facility for weeks on end, which is an economic booster to the county as well. And to the city of Brooksville, they also have a 10-hole golf course, executive course that they manage. And I know we used to have the quarry, which a lot of people did like, and I heard the driving range brought up, Mr. Bronson, that I wish was still a driving range. So in seeing that, the way I say a 10-hole is they had 9 holes go this way for a couple weeks, but then to challenge the golfers, they went the opposite way. So they had actually 10 greens on the course. So it made it a little bit more challenging for folks. And their driving range, they ended up leasing the Top Golf technology, so they had a nice night golf type of projects. All that to say is if you spend a little bit of the money, you have the opportunity to make some money, because I don't know of any recreation department in the state of Florida that I'm aware of that operates day in and day out in the black. As far as a facility as a whole, a recreation type center also would serve our wonderful supervisor of elections who's afraid to get up here and speak. for a nice polling location. And she wanted to make sure that I brought that up as a talking point as well. But well-run meeting. Thank you all very much for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Corbat. Thank you for being here. Mr. Rogers.
Before we end the meeting, I wanted to talk about the next meeting, but whenever you.
I believe the floor is yours now.
So we have a proposed, while we have everybody here, obviously the county is hosting the next one, and we had a discussion about timing today. All of your wonderful staffs have worked together while we've been here and have come up with a date of April 22nd, I believe has been, I wanted to put that on the floor for consideration. Because the idea, I think the staff's idea was that we would have data back in the beginning of April from state data or development data or and have an idea about the meeting. People would have met, the committees would have met and would have important, and we wanted to have it next year, so.
How does?
We don't have to confirm that today, but that's something we can look at, try to confirm with us so we can schedule it.
Tentatively, April.
Tentatively, April 22nd. If there's any issues, obviously, our staffs work together and have the experts work on it, and we'll find a date. But
That would be at the courthouse then?
no, not at the courthouse. It's probably not. We would we will determine that. Last time we were at PHSC North, last time we hosted it. But we'll determine location, most likely PHSC North Campus if we can get that spot again.
That was a good location.
Yeah, unless somebody else is using it, right, or something.
Okay, so if the staff will all get together and reach out so that we can come back with a consensus on if that date works for everyone. Thank you. Okay, can we start at the end of this table and have closing remarks? Closing remarks?
I'd just like to say this is my first time being here, and I've learned a lot today, and I think opens it up to a lot of collaboration between the three entities here today. I really would like to thank the county for the collaboration that we've had lately going on with our fire department and our interlocal agreements and everything, and I really look forward to working with you guys in the future, and hopefully we can do things like the swimming pool, the aquatic center, or something to that nature. I think that would be a great, outstanding project for the county as a whole. That's it.
Thank you.
Well, being new here to Hernando County, I've had the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Rogers, County Administrator, and Mr. Pender, Superintendent, and I've really enjoyed my time and talks with them, and I think we have a really great working partnership, and I look forward to the future together.
Thank you.
Yeah, just want to piggyback what they said. The county working with us, they don't have to do that. And the fact that you guys show us a little respect and as the heartbeat of the county and everything and try to equip us to be able to take care of ourselves, it just means the world to us. I know you guys don't have to do that. And thank you for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for all your advice for me. When I come to ask you stuff, you always take the time to give me good advice on things. And I just want to appreciate the school board. You know, this is a special school board now. It's a lot different than when I first got on city council. You guys actually care about the needs of Brooksville, and you know how important Hernando is to us. And, you know, you guys have decisions over the whole body of all the schools. But the fact that you will talk with us and show concern for when we have questions and stuff for our special high school, that means that it's ancient at this point, and that you guys look out for us and consider us as important. It means a lot. You don't have to do that in both bodies. You don't have to treat us as important, but you do anyways, and we really respect that. And we have a great staff now. I mean, we got the department heads that we want to be proactive and not reactive. That's what we've been for so long, is a reactive city council and putting out fires. Now we can actually do better things for the community with this staff we have, with Lisa and Richard Weeks and David Hanley leading the helm at that. And as long as we keep Christ first in everything we do, you know, it's going to work out. And this is a thankless job, what we have going up here. We take a lot of criticism and not a lot of praise. When things are going good, people expect that. And I just want everybody to know I'm praying for them. And from my short time in a public seat, seeing how much hate you get for trying to do the right thing. I respect what you guys do that much more, and just keep on doing it for Christ first, and this county's got great things coming its way.
Thank you.
So I can definitely echo what Vice Mayor Bronson said, but at the end of all of our council meetings, I always take the time to specifically thank the staff that, doesn't get a lot of thanks. We are in the public eye, but the ones that are really getting the jobs done are all of the staff members that are below us. So I just wanted to take this time to thank all of the staff members that set this up, to coordinating all of the meeting here. I'm sure it was a huge undertaking that, that everybody went through it, from the IT department setting all of this up to just different staffers. So I want to take that and, really appreciate all of the work that goes into making these cities and counties and schools and everything function the way that they do, and all the improvements that we've all been seeing, and just the collaboration that I think is really going to come out of the groups that we have established here. Like Councilmember Howell said, this is my first time at one of these meetings, my first time in any sort of government. So I'm learning a lot, and I'm super excited and on fire about what we've got going on as a city. So and I'm really thankful to all of the collaboration that we get between the county and the school board as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I echo all the same. I would like to thank the school board for hosting this great collaborative meeting. The county has been great working with us and our fire department and coordinating with that. So thank you all for making this happen, and we look forward to the next meeting.
Thank you.
This has been a great meeting. I'm walking out with a positive attitude. I remember meetings in the past, it was like we were throwing stones or pies at each other all day. And that didn't go on today. There, as Mr. Bronson said, there's a difference cooperation going between the three governments, and it's great to be part of. Thank you.
I would agree with that. I think today's meeting, I watched past, and I think today's meeting was a very collaboration meeting, that everybody kind of came to the table with some ideas and wanted to keep it the same way, and that's about what's best for our people in this community, in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Case.
This was my first meeting as well, and I appreciate everyone that came today and worked, and the food was phenomenal. I enjoyed the food, and being fed was very nice. And I look forward to our next meeting in April. Oh, and I also want to say thank you, Jeff, for all that you do. Anytime we reach out, you are very helpful and respond back very fast. So thank you.
Thank you. Council?
I want to thank everybody for having me today, and this was my first interlocal government meeting, and I really appreciate seeing the cooperative nature amongst all of the entities. I really think that we have everybody has a really great team, and I think that there's a very bright future ahead for Hernando County and the city of Brooksville, and of course the school board, but you guys feel like you're in your own county municipality thing, and the school board we're here existing, and we're surviving every day. So but I really look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was my first meeting as well, and I'm really excited to see the future. Because this room of leaders is just is inspired by some of the members who have been through these meetings before, and the knowledge they have to share. And I think we're probably in rare air of having collaboration like this. So I'm really excited about the future. Thank you to staff as well.
Thank you.
First off, the food and the staff here, awesome, right? And I've never had a Thanksgiving sandwich sub, but that was pretty good. I tell you, anyway, I'm going to give you guys a little history lesson here. So 9 years ago, John and I came on this board, and I tell you, the three boards couldn't be more divided then. The school board was a disaster. The city council was calling us racist because we wanted to draw different lines, and you remember the mess. I think you were getting in there right around that time. It was a mess. The city didn't want to cooperate with us at all. They wanted to do their own thing, and we're like, well, let them do their own thing. Well, who cares? Whatever. But now that's all changed, you know. So, and that's because of we got some new leaders in this room, which is a good thing. The one thing I want to remind everyone of here, and I remind everyone all the time, is that the citizens are demanding change, especially when it comes to their taxes. There's a reason why Blaze is very popular now, going around the state. And to be honest, saying the same thing I've been saying for 8 years. The government's growing way out of control. Out of control. I mean, with the tax bills are averaging over $5,000 in Hernando County if you don't have a homestead, that is insane for Hernando County. And we have to live, we have to operate on less. And I understand there's government mandates, et cetera. And someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Richard, saying, tell Tallahassee that we're not going to do these mandates anymore, to do something about it, you know? And when you see Blaze and you see Wilton Simpson, or you help the next governor get elected, the governor that I'm going to back is going to be number one, that's backed by Trump. Number two, the one that's doing the right thing by the citizens, because it is not sustainable what we got going on here. And, you know, we talk about these projects and we talk about money and stuff, and we have a lot of arguments up there on the board, not because we don't like each other, because these are tough decisions, and, you know, and the citizens are demanding a change. They want something, they want less taxes and less government and a small footprint. And I tell you, the last thing I'll say is I met with Blaze a while back, and I asked him about why we do certain things, and he told me two things. He goes, well, number one, when you get Republicans in office, they're usually business owners and they're problem solvers, and they get in there and they think they got to solve every problem. Well, you know, there's personal responsibility for people too. We can't solve every single problem. Just like the school board, parents are the most important thing. Not the school board members, not the teachers, the parents. They got to do a better job. And I've said before, the ones that get in trouble and they get locked up and they're 12 and 14 years old, like my shop, there was a 12, 14-year-old and a 17-year-old that broke into my shop years ago. And I go, why aren't the parents in cuffs too? They should be going to jail along with their kid. So anyway, enough about the soapbox there, but great collaboration, and I appreciate all you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for a good meeting. I appreciate actually, you know, the room has been a great setting for this. What I would say is, as we move forward, is that Hernando County has the opportunity, and I think in certain ways our board has done certain have done some trend setting. I think each one of these boards has to come together in their own and then as a collaborative unit to start thinking outside the box. We need to start setting the standards rather than being directed in that, because there's a fear that you might fail. But in the end, I think we all have the same goal, is that we want to leave the city, the school board, the county in a better position or with better processes than they were there before we got on the board. And so if we can do that, sometimes we're gonna have to make you're gonna make some mistakes along the way, but we've got to start setting the standards for what we want our particular represented bodies to look like, okay? What you want the city to look like, what you want the school system to look like, what we want the county to look like in the long run, because people are coming here. Now, we can direct who's coming here, how they're coming here, and what they expect when they get here, right? We can do that. We can direct what it's going to look like in the future, right? Or we can just let, frankly, the developers, you know, and the systems that are in there make us look like other places that they've already been. And so I think it's important for you to start thinking about those things and then have those good conversations, have the arguments. We love to argue on our board.
I would say love that.
I'm being sarcastic. But you know, have those discussions, have those debates among each other, and figure out what's best for the city, what's best for the school system. Not today, 4 years from now. What's best? And what steps do you have to make to get there? And I think if we continue to have these good collaborative meetings once a year, I think we can continue to, iron sharpens iron. We can continue to move in that direction. But if we're going to wait for the state to tell us how to do it, guess what? It's going to look like what other places have looked like before. It's just the way it works out, unfortunately. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you to the school district for being generous hosts today. Everything has been amazing. So thank you for that. Thank you to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office for being here. We appreciate that. And also to the school district's guardians. Mr. Pender and Ms. Hendrickson, it's been a pleasure to collaborate with you and your leadership. We appreciate your leadership. As already been mentioned, it hasn't always been kumbaya. Spirited debate and honest dialogue is a good thing. But we can do that respectfully, and we're all in this together. So there's been times in the past where, there's shots across the bow, or vice versa. And I think those days are thankfully in our past. And we all have what's in the best interest of Hernando County, the city of Brooksville, our school district. It's important. All of these organizations are important. So you have my commitment, and I believe our commitment, that we're going to do everything we can to make Hernando County a great place to live, work, and play, and a great place to educate our kids. I think that's good. And, like Mr. Johnson said, I think we all should leave here today proud of the conversations that have happened, proud of the collaboration that is happening. Moving forward, it was one of the things that I was a little disappointed in, and I think we ended right with the whole Brooksville Fire Department. But one of the things I was disappointed in is there wasn't a lot of communication from the board individually to individual commissioners. There's no sunshine law there. We can talk all we want. And so I would encourage that. I can do a better job of that as well, and the same for the school board. We have a lot of things that we can work together on, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And, I've always been told, you don't know what you don't know. And the only way you find that out is by communicating with each other. I have the utmost respect for every person in this room. I respect you as leaders. We're all in this together. We're all servant leaders. Let's collaborate. I think we can collaborate more than we're doing now. And so I would just encourage that. With that being said, I think Hernando County, the city of Brooksville, and the school district, our best days are ahead, and let's keep fighting.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Been a great day, a good day. Thank you for the nice comments. I appreciate those. I was sitting there thinking that, this last year, since we had a lot of things happen. It's really interesting between our staffs, right? And so I'll make sure I point out a lot of agreements have been done and between county staff, the lawyers, your expert planning and development staff, some significant agreements, right? And so I'll list out so many things that we've accomplished in the last year or really close to being accomplished, right? And these are complex things that probably nobody knew how to do it before we started, right? And so fire agreements, wastewater agreement, you've seen that come to fruition today, been a year and a half on that. This fire agreement's really complex, 3 or 4 agreements, things we didn't even know about that existed, taxes and impact fees and things, right? And then with all of us together, the proportionate share agreements, right? Something wholly new for everybody to understand how that works, and staff has worked together. We appreciate the council and school board on that. Explorer Boulevard transferring, Sunrise Development Agreement, the interlocal agreement for this meeting. These are all agreements that we've been working on relentlessly. Staff's been working on in the last year, and I'm excited that they're all coming to the end so we can do some other things. But what I do think is that it created a great relationship between the administration staffs and the expert planning and development staff in the counties and the cities and our lawyers, because I'm sure the challenges in the future are probably not going to get any easier, right? As the county continues to grow, our challenges are make harder with increased development, increased complex. The problems will be more difficult, but we have developed in the last year a really good relationship between at least all the staffs in the school board and the city and in the councils. We have a great relationship to take care of the future problems that have. And so I think we've done a great job with that this year. And so I commend and thank you to all the this county and the city and the school staff that we've been working with. Been a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All I'll say is that the best evidence that this was a successful meeting is these are the first words I've said since I introduced myself at the beginning. And with that, I'm not going to belabor this. Have a good day.
He speaks to keep us out of trouble.
Thank you. Mr. Pender.
Yeah, so I appreciate all the collaboration that has happened. Last year was my first year as superintendent, and I'm starting my, 9 weeks into my second year as superintendent, and I appreciate. How much you love it. I love it. I do. And honestly, I love it because I'm a product of Hernando County, and I'll say that over and over. It's not just about a job that I'm doing to try to make our school system better and our county better. It's about building, giving back to a community that gave me so much when I was going to school here. So it's personal to me, the job that I do, that we all do for our communities. So I want to make sure that that's known, that it is a job. I do love it most days, and it is more than just a job. It's something that I love doing. The other, you guys talked about the food so much today, so I wanted to make sure and shout out to our food nutrition department. Took care of breakfast. That was from our cafeteria staff. And Capriotti's Sandwich Shop was the sandwiches for lunch. So just a shout out to them. They always help us and they always support us. And our community of people that support our students always amazes me how they come out to support our students. And in all of that, this is my first interlocal that I certainly was sitting in this seat as superintendent. I was sitting back in those seats at one other interlocal. But two people that I have to thank are two Kellys. There's Kelly Pogue and Kelly Padilla, and they're known as KP1 and KP2 because they're both Kellys and starts with a P. So KP1 is Kelly Pogue, KP2 is Kelly Padilla, but they set this meeting up. I would like to say that I did it all, but I didn't. Let me just put it that way. I'm not going to give you a percentage of what I did, but the amount of coordination, honestly, if you look at just picking the date for this meeting and how much coordination that took, that's a sample, but I just want to thank them and all of our staff at all of our sites that work so hard to provide the very best that we can, whether it's city, county, or school board. I want to shout out to all of them. Thank you for the meeting, and I appreciate it.
Hey, so question. My kids are wrong about the cafeteria food then, because that breakfast was outstanding. So if that's a normal food, I've got to go back and talk to them because I'm like, that's good stuff.
Well, it is cafeteria food, but there are different regulations for student lunches versus adult lunches. So I just want to be clear with that.
The lights were on.
Oh, yeah. They're on a Challenger, too.
And the food is different. It is good. Wikiwachi High has so many different lines and all different types of food. It's almost like going into a cafeteria that you can sample, and salad bar, and the other one has a Chipotle bar, the other one has Chinese, just whatever. It's all different foods. So
my kids get drinks there in the morning. I got a bill to show you what they're buying. I can show you the cookies and things they're buying. I got enough money coming out, but yeah.
So you would know. You know how they say some people eat to live and others live to eat? Out of 19 people up here, nobody discussed food except 2 people. So we know which two. Eat to live or live to eat. But yes, the food was good. Lunch was wonderful. The cookies were delicious too. So I agree that the body of the boards, the atmosphere changes when you have different elected officials and administration sitting in these seats. Morgan Wallen does that song that I think everybody knows. It says, "I'm the problem." And I can't help but feel like those first 2 years, the climate that all of us grew to know, and luckily that's gone. But exactly what Mr. Bronson had said, seeing that climate and us having all the contention and the arguments and no one really being able to get along, that strife causes a lot and wreaks havoc for the county. So it's very nice when all three government entities, three boards sitting in this room, we can be fiscally responsible, we have similar traditional viewpoints. It's paramount for our community and for our constituents to thrive. I know for a school board, having a different superintendent and having different board members, the optics has changed dramatically, as well as not just what it appears, but what it truly is as a whole here in this district. It's just phenomenal. So for 2 years, we waited, and it was a long 2 years. It felt like 5. But we got to a point now where collectively as a whole, all of us are making good, sound decisions. We're able to get business done, and I think that is extremely important for the reason that we're all here, and that's for the students. So I believe we're 3 points from our district being an A school across the county, so that says a lot. Our superintendent has listened, he's heard, he's acted, he has, in my opinion, he is moving in all the right directions, so I'm pleased to have that, as well as my board members, my fellow board members that I get the pleasure to sit on this seat with. I think all of them, all of us together, I feel have a lot of similar viewpoints, and everybody's just coming together nice. And then having all of you as well, this has been very nice to be able to collaborate. And yes, we may not all agree, but if we can do it with respect and come together, bounce ideas off, that's what this is about, you know. And it would be boring if all of us had the same temperament and we had the same ideas and no one had, you know, anything else to bring to the table. So I think that's important for all of us to be able to be here and speak. When it comes to Mr. Bronson, I'd like to piggyback off of what you said about Christ being the center. I do agree. I say glory to God for everything, and I think that's paramount to remember that, and everything else will fall in place. So I just want to thank each and every one of you, the staff, all of you, to make this possible. You guys make us shine. Without you, we couldn't do what we do. So all of you work behind the scenes, and you set everything up for us. You make sure we have all of our scripts. You make sure we have our hot tea. You make sure that we have good food. You make sure that you take good care of us. So I know there's a lot that goes into this, and it's definitely not just the three boards sitting here that can run this meeting or even begin to strategize and run this community the way that is the way that we are doing without all of our administration behind us. So it takes each and every one of us. But I thank you guys for being here. I think it was successful. And I would like to say that from this meeting, that we don't wait for another year to come together and talk, that I think that we should all reach out to one another, and we should be able to get the different documents that we need to be able to move all the stuff that we talked about today. Let's continue to keep that on the forefront, and let's continue to work at that, whether it be the pool, whether it be working together with our facilities for the public to be able to use, whatever it may be, all the different topics that we discussed, let's continue today to move that along to where next year when we come back, we've pretty much crossed off our list everything that we talked about this time, and next year we can start with some new goals. So thank you guys, and it was a wonderful meeting. This meeting is now adjourned at 2:10.